Anche la sto quella gente con la cosina che ho. Nella streaming, nella c'è proprio l'inglese da portare questo tipo.
Ma è tutta capigliarite? Sì, no?
Third one is a dossier about this workshop, Transforming Education in the Global South towards 2015. Is like a brochure. So some little information about our vision of Global 2050, Education 2050. Then there is another document which is in form of it has some working sheets. It has 4 pages, but it has tables. It's a worksheet, which will be part of one of the sessions in our workshop. So members, as we still give a few minutes to those who have confirmed that they are just held up nearby in the jam, could we take a moment to fill it? I sent it by WhatsApp to those that I had contacts and requested that you study it and fill. So if you have just got a hard copy now, we request that you fill it. It is called Visualizing Your Holistic Development Plan. You fill your name, date on page 1. You read through, it has some dimensions of a holistic person, that is spiritual and moral. Number 2, mental and cognitive. 3, emotional and relational rather. And number 4, physical vitality. This tool is designed to help us assess where we are in those 4 dimensions as individuals, and then make a strategy for reaching to the level that we want. In other words, progress and advancement as a person holistically. So let's take a few minutes to actually write on this document, filling in as you evaluate yourself and as you make yourself goals towards the type of person or leader that you want to be in the near future. This should have been done prior to arrival here, but we can use this time to fill that document. As we do that, I would like to say that we will not wait indefinitely. In a few minutes, we are going to begin the workshop officially. I would like to announce that within this room in the theater hall, we have already a cross-section of participants, right from the Ministry of Education headquarters, education officials at the local government level, KCCA, and the neighboring districts of Uganda. Among us, we have members of the academic staff of Chambogo University, as well as from Makerere University, Chambogo University, and the MOBS itself, Makerere Business School. We also have technical people in education from religious organizations and entities that run schools or have educational institutions. They are also present with us. I'm not specifying them by title, by name, because we are going to do that formally as we begin the program. Allow me to say that the start of this program will commence with devotion. We will have a moment of devotion, and at this juncture, I would like to mention that we have in our midst Reverend Senkumba Peter from the Provincial Secretariat, Church of Uganda, who is a participant, but also representing Reverend Dr. Kakoza, who heads the Education Secretariat of Church of Uganda. We are in conversation that he will be one of those to lead us in the opening devotion this morning. So, Reverend Senkumba, please prepare when we call upon you shortly to come and give us a moment of devotion in form of a prayer, opening prayer. We would have liked this to be an interfaith opening prayer, because this is a secular program, but we are following our interfaith principle of having a cross section and intersectoral interaction and cooperation and collaboration in all that we are doing. Shortly, we will also have Sheikh Juma Chuchu, who heads the Education Secretariat of the Muslim Supreme Council, Old Kampala. He also confirmed he's also held up somewhere. He's on the way traveling here. So at a later stage, Sheikh will also participate in leading us in one of the devotion sessions. But to start with, Reverend Zakumba, who is present, will guide us in the devotion, in the opening devotion. Since we are going to have, this is a formal workshop, we will also have anthems, because we have here representatives of government, and we are all, most of us are members of various departments of the government. So we'll officially have anthems, and I'll request our education transformation coordinators from the schools to come and lead us, who are just nearby helping with the registration. So briefly, that's how we are going to begin. And thereafter, we shall follow the program as it is by inviting specified people at their slots to come and give those remarks. And then that will lead us to the actual workshop presentations by our chief facilitator, who is now here in the room with us. Thank you.
Discuss the areas that are on the agenda. We are going to skip 2 or 3 because of time, and we're going to remove this table so that we just have the welcoming remarks, and we right away start with Dr. Tony. Then the ceremony, the opening ceremony we had scheduled to do, we can postpone it to tomorrow because of time. So give it some few minutes as other colleagues are joining us. But it's an interactive engagement. We want to ask questions like, the Global South has all the raw materials that is developing the northern nations, the Western countries. So what is the narrative? What should we shape in education that possibly can now help us be able to really, calibrate systems on the ground to make sure we go into a super world economy? And some of you have been following His Excellency, the President of Uganda. Even during this last meeting with the President of Russia, you remember, his emphasis was, we want value addition on our products. We cannot continue losing billions of money, even on the global profit index of coffee alone, getting 2% out of those billions of dollars, 460 billions on that global coffee trading. And we're only getting just the 2 billion as the entire continent out of all that. What should education do to turn around that narrative for exporting gold in raw material, cotton, all these, but then we buy our clothes expensively, the shoes? That value addition question cannot be fixed unless education is fixed. DIT is around, is highly represented. Then CDC is represented. The office of the PS is highly represented. The First Lady has been briefed about this today's meeting. Everybody, the Minister of Public Service is briefed. The cabinet today, in today's meeting, the President will be able also to get a report that we are here discussing the future of education. So you're in the right place, going to discuss the right thing, and crafting Education Transformation 2050. So we want also to launch a council or a team or a committee that will now drive this process forward. So we expect maybe after 3-4 months to also host the same meeting, now to find responsibilities of our each department. What is the responsibility of Makerere University Business School in crafting maybe a toolkit, maybe a curriculum for a type of leadership that we are going to discuss today to navigate and deliver the 21st century education model. Now, in your respective departments, somehow you will also be pulling what you can take and what you can share with your bosses, so that in the next meeting now, we now know who is going to do what. What are the budget requirements? What is the policy requirements? Who are the stakeholders that are required? So colleagues, feel free. My name is Global Peace Ambassador Kambula Milton, the president of Global Peace Foundation in Uganda. We work in 50 countries, but the offices, the chapters, the offices are in 21 countries, including US, Malaysia, South Korea. We are in USA, Brazil, Philippines, India. India just hosted in Feb something big for 40,000 people discussing the future of education too. So a lot is coming. A lot is coming. We're going to share. This is different content. I guarantee you, we will do the pre-survey, but also the post-survey, which you're going to do yourself to now get the gaps of the improvements we have caused on you as a person, but we could also cause on your institution. This is a new research, new knowledge, new toolkits, new best practices at each of you to grasp and adopt. Colleagues, feel free to know each other. You have business cards. Within the next 20 minutes, we will be able to begin. You can share. You can introduce yourselves. So I will ask my colleagues on who are handling the technology part to probably also put up the video of Dr. Tony Divine while he was presenting, probably also in India, in South Korea, in the United States, and to several presidents around the globe. So the YouTube, you can Google and also see the reports, what they write about Dr. Tony Divine. He's such a great man of God. He loves God. He loves family. He has a wife. He has children, and they are in United States. But also he supports spiritual leadership development. So we have someone whose life and culture suits into ours. Many times we have trainers who have come from US, and maybe I'll not talk about it, but you know what I'm about to talk about. You know it as Ugandans. But this is a man of a family. He loves God and he loves people. He wants to nurture us into a team that will kind of navigate the future of Uganda's education. So I thank you, colleagues. Feel free. In the next 20 minutes, we'll be able to begin the board. We'll build the board while we are seated on it, colleagues. Thank you, please.
Also, the current education timelines do not enable effective transformation of people. It's very much like the corporate timelines, right? When you look at corporations, they revolve around quarterly financials and annual reports. And this is very, very frustrating to owners, right? Because stakeholders, I want to see profit this year, but sometimes you have to make 5-10 years of investment before you get real profits, right? Same story on the education side. How do we run? We run on academic years and semesters, right? So we roll from one semester to the next semester. We're wrapping up an academic year right now here in Kenya, right? And then there's a little bit of bandwidth to prepare for the new academic year. It starts in January, correct? here in Kenya. So what are the big plans for 2024? I don't think there's any big plans on the docket. There's just small iterative improvements again, and we're into the same old habitual cycle once again that is not getting us the outcomes we want. So what we're trying to do here in this workshop is like pause for a minute and get us to rethink what are we actually trying to do. And all of you here are special, right? For some reason, you showed up here. We're looking at you to be the leaders of transformation here in Nairobi County at the basic and tertiary level, TVETs and so on. And the aspiration of this series of workshops is that you will create a national model here in Kenya, in this county. That is the goal here. We're doing this in the Philippines as well. We've gone through 2 rounds of 3-day workshops with leading superintendents and supervisors working with the Department of Education, which is what the Ministry of Education is called over there, right? And I'm going back in November to do phase 3, another 3-day workshop with these top leaders. They are determined to create a national model in this one region, which is one of 17 regions in the Philippines. I'm going to Uganda this weekend, to Kampala. Where do human beings fit in this equation of AI and modern technologies? Well, I'm here to tell you that human beings play a very central, important role. Human beings create AI, right? Not some aliens from another planet, not some supercomputer in Silicon Valley. People create technologies. You should write that down. We're in charge of AI. We should be, at least, right? Also, we have to be very concerned about the skills gap, which is a critical issue. You know, our educational institutions should be producing graduates who are ready for the job market, but they're not. And in fact, the skills gap is one of the main barriers preventing companies from modernizing their businesses. That's what companies told the World Economic Forum. And the World Economic Forum finds that nearly half, 44%, of an individual's worker skills need to be updated. So, you know, when we talk about education, in the past, you could just go to college for 4 years, or you could even graduate from high school, and you're done. You're done with learning for the rest of your life. That's no longer the case. You have to keep learning. It's lifelong. It's continuous. If you stop learning, you're out of the job market within a matter of weeks, right? So you have to be very, very relevant here.
Hello. Just on the screens is the pre-survey. Kindly just scan it using the QR scanner, and it will bring the questionnaire. It's just a brief one that you can fill and then submit it. And then later, after the workshop, we are going to have a post-survey as well. So this particular one is for the pre-survey. So you can just use your QR scanner and have it scanned.
This is the day, this is the day that the Lord has made, that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad indeed, and be glad indeed. Oh, this is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad indeed. This is the day, this is the day that the Lord has made.
Thank you very much. I would love us to join in the words of Matthew chapter 10, starting from verse 1. I know, yeah, you can have seat. Sorry. Matthew chapter 10, it goes. And when he had called unto him his 12 disciples, he gave them the power against unclean spirits to cast them out and to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of diseases. Now, the names of the 12 apostles are these. You just need to put your name there. The first, Simon, who is called Peter, and Andrew, his brother, James, son of Zebedee, and John, his brother, Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew, the publican, James, the son of Alphaeus, and Lebbeus, whose surname was Theudas, Simon the Canaanite, and Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed him. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, Go unto the way of the Gentiles, and unto any city of the Samaritans, enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And as you go, preach, saying, The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Thanks be to God. Friends, I stand into your presence this morning. In our midst, I know we have professors, we have doctors, and every one of us in his or her capacity. And by your name, God called all of us. God called all of us in his ministry. We are here, we are having different professionals. We have engineers, we have doctors, we have everyone, social workers, name it, everyone in his profession. And he said, he casted us to the world to go and serve the world, to go and proclaim his gospel. He has sent you to go and serve for the purpose that he created you to do. He called you, he called anyone. And when you get to the bibliography of most of these people, they also had different professionals. Some were fishermen. Peter was a fisherman. We have tax collectors. We have people from every walk of life. And he sent them. He commissioned them to go to the world and proclaim the gospel. Friends, we are called for different purposes. That's why we have different professions. We cannot all be doctors. We can all not be engineers. We can all not be lecturers. We have a purpose for each one of us. Friends, this morning as we go to the world, as we embrace what is ahead of us, please let us remember what we are called for, and let us go out there and do exactly what God called us to do. Thanks be to God. Let's humble ourselves. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of the new day. Father, we thank you for the good weather, for the rains, Lord, that you've given us this morning. We know, Lord, that many people have lost different things because of the same rain, and many people have gained still in the rain. We still say, praise be to God. Father, as we are going to deliberate on issues again before us, Father, we pray and ask for your knowledge. We pray for your guidance. We pray that your spirit may move into this place. Father, we even bring to you forth the people that have not joined us. Quicken their steps, Father. Guide them through here and they find us as we are moving on. I pray this believing and trusting Jesus Christ our Lord. Thank you.
A hand clap for Reverend Senkomba for taking us through our devotion so that we have our spiritual batteries charged, and then we also charge the other batteries in order for us to take on the workshop with full energy. Friends, invited participants, our facilitators, once again, thank you. We are deeply honored that you've spared your time to come and be part of this sharing and discussion on visualizing the purpose and the future of education. But our specific theme is together forging a purposeful future through transformative education, collectively handling that. At this time, we are going to invite Madam Regis, who is a director of the Leadership Center here and our host. I know she will also take the honors of mentioning those who are present here from MOBS because she's the host, and then deliver her remarks. As she does that, ladies and gentlemen, you have a profile sheet which gives us a profile of who Madam Regis is. I think everybody has that sheet. We are most welcome. We are very, very happy to have you here hosting us and to speak to us, a person in your caliber who has steered and been in charge and nurtured many young people through this institution, through the leadership development programs here. You're most welcome. And please, you can always elaborate more about yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Our chief speaker, key speaker today, Dr. Tony Divine, our dear principal in absentia. He has a council meeting, but he will join us. All our invited guests, I know Richard has mentioned the categories we expect here. I see my dean. We expect deans of faculties, MOBs. My dean, can you wave to the participants? We are the host. Dean Joshua Mgambwa, thank you for keeping time. On behalf of my team, we would like to welcome all of you to today's special workshop that has been organized by the Global Peace Foundation in partnership with the Leadership Center, Makerere University Business School. And at this moment, I would like to thank you, Peace Ambassador Kambula, for initiating and making sure that this collaboration works. Ladies and gentlemen, we've gathered to deliberate on a model to transform education in Uganda. And for me, I have the privilege to have a student who is one of the students who are pioneers for the new curriculum at the secondary school level. My God, I can tell you this competence-based curriculum is the best. It is the best. And I'm hoping that, Ambassador, that we are targeting that for all the different levels. When these students come back home, you realize that they are really different. They are creative, they are confident, they are researchers. So if we go that way, I know we shall be good to go. So in our workshop today, we have objective, and we are privileged to have our key speaker, a resource person, who is going to share his knowledge and experience with us, Dr. Divine. A very warm welcome. We can't thank you enough for traveling all the way to come and share your knowledge with us. We thank you for that. Please join me in welcoming Dr. So for us at the Leadership Center, we have the passion to promote effective leadership and leadership development. to be able to make a contribution towards creating systems that change education in this country. So we are very happy to be part of this program. Ambassador, I know we are going to make more of these programs, and I want to wish you fruitful deliberations. I would have loved to talk about the center, but I think in the interest of time, we shall be able to do that tomorrow. Is that okay, Ambassador? Okay, once again, welcome, and I want to wish, we talk about the center. Okay, right. E-learning, can you project, please, as I speak about the center? The MOBS Leadership Center is part of the outreach program of Makerere University Business School, and all our objectives align with the vision of the school, which is a benchmark for business and management education, research, and training in the region. So the center was established in 2007, endorsed by the Governing Council and management, and guided by the then Principal Professor Waswa Balunywa until May this year, and also being supported by the current principal. So the vision, our vision as the center, can I have slides of the Leadership Center? So our vision is a center for research, training, development of leaders, and best leadership and governance practices in the region. And our mission is to develop leaders and promote best leadership and governance practices. So we are able to do that through different goals. One of them is creating a database of world leaders. We carry out research on leadership and governance. We organize short-term training programs. We conduct seminars and conferences. We publish journals and newsletters. So when we talk about creating a database of world leaders, that's what we mean. We have a database of prominent leaders in this world from different walks of life and in different disciplines. We have Pan-Africanists, as you can see. So we create a database and upload it on our website. So anytime you would like to know about a leader, you can access them on our website. So we do research on issues to do with leadership and governance. We hold short-term training programs in the region. There we're in Mombasa for the Commonwealth Association of Polytechnic in Africa. Short-term training programs. We have off-the-shelf training programs. These are what we have in our training guide, ready to train different people from different organizations. Again, that one was an off-the-shelf training program. This one was a tailor-made program for officials from public prosecution. We were at Chobe. We do train police officers. That was a training with them. Also, that one was an off-the-shelf training program. Apart from the short-term programs, we do hold conferences, an annual International Leadership Conference. That was the 8th. And we invite very important people to be part of these conferences. We have the famous political summit, the Women Forum, academic discussions. So we all do that. We also hold an annual Youth International Conference, Leadership Conference, and we invite the youth from different parts of the country, from different universities. We organize seminars, quarterly seminars on topical issues. And I know if we get your contacts now, we shall be inviting you in these quarterly seminars. We produce a newsletter. I hope my team came along with some newsletters. where we include all what happens in the country about leadership and the programs that we have covered. So that is, we do also mentoring programs. We mentor the youth, especially here in the university, on issues to do about leadership and how to become better leaders. The center also recruits members. We have ordinary students, honorary members, and corporate members. So please, you can join us today if you have not joined us and you enjoy the benefits of the center. The center is governed by a board. As I mentioned earlier, Professor Balunywa has been the board chairperson, but now we have Professor Moses Muhwez. My dean is part of the board, and this is the governing body of the Leadership Center. So that's all, a brief about the center. Again, welcome, and we want to wish you fruitful deliberations. Back to you, Richard.
Thank you very much, Madam Regis, a mentor, somebody who is incubating leaders for the new generation. Thank you very much for that. The remarks, you have excited me and interested me to explore one of your programs and also be part of the team that is being nurtured, because I'm also a Pan-Africanist and many other things. Thank you. Allow me to briefly recognize some officers, some dignitaries in our midst before I invite Dr. Milton Kambula, who is the chapter president, who will in turn briefly talk about our chief facilitator, Dr. Divine. I'm honored, members, we are honored to have in our midst Mr. Dungu Ronald. Mr. Dungu Ronald is from the Ministry of Education headquarters, representing the Director, Basic and Secondary Education, but also in his capacity as a technical person from the Ministry of Education. Mr. Dungu, kindly just flash your hand for members to see. Thank you. In our midst, we have Professor Joyce Ayukoro Asimwe, the Dean of the Faculty of Education of Chambogo University, in attendance. Thank you, Mama Professor. She's also the outgoing chairperson of the Board of Governors of my school where I'm serving, that is Chambogo College School. I'm happy that she has honored our invitation. We have members from NCDC, Mr. Wakwea Amda, curriculum specialist. We have Mr. Bernard Janja, also curriculum specialist, NCDC. These were seconded by the director herself, Dr. Baguma Grace. They are technical people, and they form an important part of our discussion and our conversation. We have Mr. Iga Moses, Inspector of Schools from Mukono. Kindly wave. He's right at the back there. We also have, as you heard, Owechi Tibwa Kiswiri Rashid, State Minister of Education in Uganda Kingdom. That's Busoga Kingdom, I'm sorry, Busoga Kingdom, present with us here. We have, I think Madam Regis mentioned the Dean of MOBS, the Leadership Center, so I will not repeat that. Having mentioned that, I would like to invite and mention Mr. Kambula Milton, Chapter President and Peace Ambassador. A very, very powerful individual whose vision is so strong, so big that has pulled us here together. He has a litany of accolades, of which I am not, in my humble way, not able to mention, but allow me in a special way just to recognize a few things about him. He's the chapter president of Global Peace Foundation. You heard him saying that there are over 20 chapters, meaning countries, under Global Peace Foundation. He's the founding president. Very innovative person. He's an innovator, an entrepreneur. He's a leader. He's a youth developer, mentor, and many things. He's a family person. He's married. Please convey our greetings, lovely Mama at home, who is supporting you from home. He has a great passion for the transformation of Africa through education, entrepreneurship, peace building, and many other things. Incidentally, like Madam Regis, I don't know whether you skipped mentioning, Kambula has a special connection with MOOPS. I think I will leave that for him to talk about. He's one of those that is contributing to and also being nurtured by MOOPS itself. Ladies and gentlemen, the person with us here was appointed a diplomat of the International Association of Educators for World Peace, a UN Peace Messenger program. He led at a young age an African military platoon to the Middle East to combat terrorism. With us, we have somebody who has given his life, given the ultimate sacrifice to go in the most dangerous operations that you can ever think about, Middle East. Due to his good leadership, endurance, and sacrifice, he was awarded the Recon Military Award from the U.S. Army at the Combat Support Center, Scania, Iraq. Today, he's very, very much a veteran, not just a veteran, but regrets and is very happy that he contributed to that effort. He was appointed by the headquarters of Global Peace Foundation in Washington, D.C. in 2010 as the chapter president. And he's here with us. He has a long list of achievements since then, of which I will enumerate just one or two. One of them is that he, through his, I can even say, single-handed effort, was able to organize, galvanize, mobilize, and persuade the state, by state I mean the government of Uganda, headed by His Excellency, to host the Global Leadership Conference, the GPLC, Global Peace Leadership Conference that was held in Munyonyo in 2018. That is not a mean achievement on his record, which brought about a great discussion and interest in Uganda because of our uniqueness as a country that is strong on family values, strong on cultural values, on our culture, our historic background. You're most welcome. So this is the person before us. I leave him to say the rest about himself, and is here to invite our key facilitator, who is from the US. Most welcome, Ambassador. I cannot say enough, but we hope throughout this workshop, we'll continue speaking a bit, opening a bit and a bit of your chapter. Most welcome.
Thank you. The member of the Education Transformation 2050, Mr. Richard, my colleague, please give him a hand of applause. It's really not usually easy to coordinate such a kind of high-profile trainings and meetings and dialogue engagements. Once again, my name is Global Peace Ambassador Kambula Milton, the president of Global Peace Foundation here in Uganda. We have many countries where we operate, but allow me, because of time, be able to jump several things on the agenda, but go straight to why we are here. My friends, first of all, I welcome you. Tell your neighbor you are welcome to Makerere University Business School. Please feel free. I know you on social media, you are really sharing, but you got to know who your neighbor is. That's very important to us. Yes, yes, yes. I would like you to smile because, first of all, Makerere University Business School is a center of excellency in not only in Uganda, but also in Africa. It nurtures entrepreneurs, leaders. I'm their student currently doing my master's. I'm finishing this year. And good enough, my lecturer is seated there. Madam Regis. Please clap for her for having hosted us here. Thank you, Madam Regis. Thank you for Makerere University Business School Management for having approved this venue, but also facilitating this convening. We thank you. We don't take this for granted. Colleagues, but also in a special way, I welcome each one of you, especially the leaders from the Ministry of Education. Please clap for them. Clap for them. Very critical for this meeting. Dr. Tony Devine is just from Kenya for such a similar meeting and conference where all heads of departments in the Ministry of Education were in the training, and he did a good job. That's what he's going to do also here in Uganda. So lastly, I welcome the teachers, the ones who make things happen. Please clap for them. Please clap for them. We also thank our student leaders. I'm aware the guild president of Makerere University Business School is here, is with us here, but also some of his leaders and other guild presidents from other universities. Please clap for them and the innovators. The lead is right there, I can see them. We are a small number, but a strategic number because Jesus started with 12 disciples. 12 disciples led the world until today. Iscariot, of course, betrayed him. They were 11. So the people who really did the job were 11 men and women. Was there a woman? I think, I don't remember reading a woman on that list. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you here today, and it's just the beginning of a very sweet meal. A meal that is going to germinate into Education Transformation 2050. That's the flight we are going to take on. We are going to sit on a plane that is going to take us to 2050. Tell your neighbor, 2050. Please, I would like to, you have taken breakfast, right? Tell your neighbor, welcome to 2050 today. Because many workshops are talking about the current and history. Today we are on a flight to 2050. Call it over K2, over what? We don't know. Dr. Tony Devine will let us know. Colleagues, lastly, I want to really introduce Dr. Tony Devine. First of all, tumukubire mungal to welcome him home. Dr. Tony Devine, you're in a country called the Pearl of Africa, the country that feeds the world with its beauty of nature, great wisdom, technology, the burgeoning population, the population of young people. In the whole world, we are number 2 in that World Cup after Niger, and the future is bright. Very important, Dr. Tony Devine, the things I will talk about is Uganda right now is influencing the future of the continent. So you are in the right place of history, right here where you are. Yes, I mean, what happens here is what happens in the rest of the continent. So the people you're with today, if they understand, Africa will be transformed. Lastly, let me now go right to why we are here, colleagues. We are here for a couple of reasons, and we are lucky to be part of history. We want to shape history. One is we would like to visualize, to see the purpose and the future of education in the Global South towards 2050. Many convenings are not talking about the Global South. So Global Peace Foundation, through his leadership, whom I'm going to introduce to you in a couple of minutes from now, we are having meetings, trainings, workshops, conferences. We are not talking about the Global South and its future through education. So we want to take ourselves to now providing the answers. Why do we continue taking gold in raw material as a raw material to the Western countries and be paid small amounts of price? Why are our young people going to, work as house girls in the Middle East when everything, all the opportunities are here? We are discussing about the future of Africa because we're in the Global South. Asia is part of us. Middle East is part of us. We have huge and important convenings going on in South Korea to unite South Korea and North Korea, and South and North Korea. Why? Because now we care about the Global South. We want to end conflict. Tell your neighbor, end conflict. We want to end poverty and youth unemployment. Tell your neighbor, these are things we are talking about. So today we are really purposefully, intentionally going to discuss about the Global South. But what is the future of the Global South? How can we deliver that vision through education? So that is why we are here. Secondly, we are here to create a model. Tell your neighbor, a model. Professor, have you taken breakfast? Oh, yes, Regis gave us a sweet breakfast. We want to create a what? A model. Because it is based on the model that we will reach there. We need a vehicle, isn't it? So we want to create a model of transforming education in Uganda. If you love this country, this is the right place to be. The right content is right here today. So that in everything you do, please be guided by the framework we are going to discuss today. All of us, whether Minister of Education official, whether you're a guild president, whether you're a teacher, whether you're a minister, tomorrow we have Honorable Minister Muruli Mukasa, who accepted to be with us tomorrow. Please clap for him in his obsession, but tomorrow he's with us today. Tomorrow. Agenda kubeerawo. Because his ministry cannot move without this model. So, colleagues, the objective number one is to train stakeholders on this holistic, transformative education process. Two is to visualize. I've talked about the purpose and the future of education. I've also talked about to deliver holistic education through now more, because the vehicle has to have the component of leadership. So Dr. Tony Vine is going to tell us what must be in the car. Yes, you are seated in the car, but how do the chairs look like? Look at the beauty of this room. Yes, we're in the room, but the room needs the chairs, and the chairs is moral and innovative leadership. We are going to learn about it. Lastly, is align stakeholders towards a joint strategy of increased partnership and collaboration. Yes, teamwork. We usually talk about teamwork. But what type of teamwork do we need in this case? The collaboration do we need? Yeah, I can see UBC has arrived. UBC man has arrived. This event could be live in the next few minutes. So please, those of you who sleep in class, you know what I'm talking about. So colleagues, I must say that the current status of the country, you can go down to the pictures. I want to tell you what we have been doing the rest of the past couple of years. Go down, leave this. This everyone knows about this. Go down. I want members to see the work we have done in the country just shortly, so that I can introduce our guests. Colleagues who have been in the country for the last 10 years, we have tried to really reach out to the many schools, the training of stakeholders in the ministry, the private sector. But very importantly, are some of the highlights I would like you to see here. Go down. My profile is long because these people don't know how to summarize my profile. Okay, good. That's good. That's very good. That's there. Colleagues, stop there. Colleagues, the last few years, we have taken a journey of transforming more than 1,605 students in the country through our module of moral and innovative leadership, the LEAP Hubs, CCI program, and many others. As we speak today, we have 971 teachers that we have trained on the model. Lastly, we have also integrated the component of interreligious and intercultural dimension in all this, so that we move together. So in a special way, please give a hand of applause to the minister, the special minister of education in the kingdom of Usoga. I respect you, sir. Millions of people are behind that man. So others are coming. But very important is when you see these pictures, the first lady is right there. Right there, we are crafting the future of education with her. That was in New York. She said, we have to go to New York. I traveled with the team and we shared for the whole day with her right there. She's there. You can see that picture in the middle of Bob Wine and the president and the team, so that you know you're in the right place. So changes are coming, and I'm happy we have to clap for her that indeed what we discussed is what has been happening the last 4 years, and we have been working together towards achieving those milestones. Please clap for the First Lady, our Minister of Education. We have also shared that cabinet level. That is a cabinet engagement. If you see, the president is right in the middle. I am the third. We have even the former president of Zanzibar, who came and witnessed these engagements at State House. We finished the whole day, 12 hours, 12 hours discussing the future of the country, the peace building component, and education. And it is that meeting that now gave birth to the Global Peace Leadership Conference 2018. But also in a special way, the political party leaders in the country, we have also shared with them on the narrative of their support, on the agenda of supporting Minister of Education. With us is Mama Nambuya, who is representing the association that is called the National Consultative Forum. Please stand up for recognition. So the political space of the country is represented. But very important, we have been meeting Bob Wine and other political party leaders to understand the component of education so that they kind of support government in those areas. We have also engaged the United Nations system. The speaker, you can see Mama Rebecca Daga, those many years we worked with her. We have several people, all these, that is East Africa Business Council, that is the president of Uganda, you can see down there. I think you can go down. These are some of the highlights that you go down, please, go down so that you could really see the journey. Now, as I conclude, allow me now to introduce our guest. I may not focus on this. With us is Dr. Tonet Vine, who comes from the United States and is here in the capacity of the Vice President, Global Peace Foundation International, responsible for Education Division. Please clap for him for having spared his time and the content and the research he's going to share with us today. Let me just give you a brief background or profile, just because of time, I will not read everything. He works with ministries of education, education systems, schools, TVETs, universities, private and civil service, civil society stakeholders to transform education in the global south towards 2050, with the vision to transform education, not with structures, but by transforming people holistically with character, who are the true heart of change and creators of sound systems in education. He oversees developing transformation of education, moral and innovative leadership, character and creativity, entrepreneurship, digital technologies, and workforce readiness programs worldwide, including Kenya, Uganda, Philippines, Brazil, Paraguay, India, and many others. Wow. Please, thank you so much for really choosing Uganda to be part of the capacity building programs that you are organizing. Please clap for him. These efforts develop the attitudes and values that guide creativity, problem solving, communication, and collaboration in applying new knowledge that aligns education with the job market's needs and creates powerful communities. Wow. He contributes to the advisory group of OECD's Future of Education and Skills 2030 project. Wow. Do you know this organization? Organization of Education. No, he will tell us. He will tell us about this organization. This is a global kind of organization that guides education transformation in governments all over the world. He's part of that network. Please clap for him because that's a big agenda. Thank you, Dr. Tonet Vine. Colleagues, in summary, he leads transformation education events globally, including programs, conferences, summits, forums, and capacity building workshops like this one. Bringing together education stakeholders to align to the true purpose of education. True purpose of education. Wow. Surpassing the mere dissemination of knowledge towards the transformational journey where learners grasp the weight of guiding principles, discern the role of their conscience, and remain dedicated to consistent character development to discover purpose and meaning in their societies, nations, and around the world. Wow. Lastly, He is the president of the Global Peace Foundation, Ireland. Wow, wow. You know Ireland, right? In Europe, right there, you remember your geography? Which oversees international peace sharing program. He's going to tell us about the peace sharing program so that we have it in the movies also. And forums that expose practitioners like us, peace builders, the government representatives to values-based peace building and reconciliation. Colleagues, you know what we call heavyweight champion? You remember that name? You remember the time of Tyson, right? Now, Dr. Tony Devine is a world heavyweight champion in the sector of education. We purposefully invited him to come and prepare the country for 2050 education agenda. Dr. Devine, I want to take this privilege to invite you right here at this particular time in history to come and tell us about education, Global South 2050, and how we can go there and transform our country. Dr. Tony Devine, take on the floor, please. Please clap for him as he comes on the floor. You're welcome, sir. Okay, bring a small table here. The smaller one? Okay. So that you're able to, yeah. You have a taller one? Okay. In the meantime, okay. He wants to navigate. Yes, you're welcome, sir. You're welcome. Are you very happy about the dialogue engagement today? Other friends are joining us. It's going to be much hotter, more interesting, more, you know. So please don't worry, but write something that you have the slides. You have the presentation already. Yes, we printed it for you. So you have it. You don't need to. Get it.
Good morning, everybody. Morning. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here at Macarena University Business School. I met Professor Moses this morning. Gave me a wonderful welcome. Our team. It's a great honor to be partnering with MOBS and especially the Leadership Center. So, Dr. Regis, thank you so much. We're delighted to be partnering with you on this effort. Slides are all different. Can we get the presentation back again? Just pause a minute. Okay, we're in business, it looks like. Okay, all right. And I also want to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Education and Sports of Uganda. This has been a wonderful partnership for many, many, many years. And we've worked with many, many different departments of the Ministry of Education and also with your great schools, right, and universities here in Uganda over many years. I'm actually very impressed with the school principals here that I've met many, many times, and also very impressed with your students. I think your students are amazing, right? They're filled with energy, talent, enthusiasm, and I think Uganda is so blessed, right, to have amazing young people. I believe it's your number one asset, right? I'm here in Uganda. Plus, I'm really impressed with the weather, the beautiful environment here. I live in Seattle in the United States. We're entering into winter. It's going to be gray skies for the next 5 months, raining every single day. The days are short. But here in Uganda, you got 12-hour days. It's beautiful weather. You live in Seattle for a few months, you'll beg to come back to Uganda. So don't take it for granted. This is an amazing place. So the focus of our workshop today is transforming. Actually, I'm going to change this title, right? I'm actually going to change it for the next iteration to transforming educators and students in the global south towards 2050. And what we're actually attempting to do is to visualize the true purpose and future of education. You often hear a lot about the future of education, correct? Everyone talks about the future of education, but have you ever heard a conference where the emphasis is on the true purpose of education? That's what we're going to take some time today to stop what we're doing and examine what exactly are we actually trying to do and why are we trying to do it, okay? So first of all, let's actually do a quick review of the current education situation. So the world is changing super fast. So in the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs report, which was just released in May of 2023, nearly 25% of jobs are going to be replaced in the next 5 years alone. Also, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development estimates that 1.1 billion jobs 1.1 billion jobs are liable to be radically transformed by technology by 2030. That's in 7 years' time. And what is this all going to be replaced by? Digital technologies and artificial intelligence, robotics, automation, nanotechnology, algorithms, and etc. Plus, unprecedented access to knowledge through technology. That already is happening. We have unlimited access to knowledge, but that's actually going to accelerate in the next couple of years. We also have to prepare youth for the future employment readiness. The fourth industrial revolution is already happening. It's with us. Web 3.0, decentralization of data and blockchain technologies is with us. Artificial intelligence, like every education conference in the world right now, going on right now, has AI in its title, right? Not transforming people, AI, automation, big data analytics, cyber currencies, quantum computing. And oftentimes we ask ourselves, I get this question a lot, where are human beings in this equation of AI and digital technologies? Well, human beings, who created the AI? Was that some supercomputer in Silicon Valley or some aliens that dropped on our planet and suddenly created AI a year ago? Who created the AI? Human beings. Human beings created. You should write that down because we think AI is above and beyond us. We created the AI. Who's in charge of the AI? The AI? are human beings. We're in charge of the AI, or at least we should be. Do you want the AI to be in charge of human beings? Who wants the AI to be in charge of human beings? If we're not careful, that could be the outcome. We're in charge. We have to be vigilant like we've never been before. And this AI, digital technologies, can scale a really good idea or a really bad idea. It needs to be guided by character, values, critical thinking, and so on. We are essential in this equation. Also, the skills gap is a critical issue. There's a mismatch between the current education system and job market demands. In fact, the skills gap is one of the main barriers preventing companies from modernizing their business model. That's what businesses told the World Economic Forum. And also, the World Economic Forum estimates that 44%, nearly half, of an individual worker's skills need to be updated. So in the 20th century, it was real simple. You graduate from high school, you go on to college, get your undergraduate degree, and you don't have to learn for the rest of your life. That was adequate enough to actually secure a job, and oftentimes a lifetime job. In fact, you look at a big technology company like IBM, right? In the 70s and 80s, people had lifetime employment with IBM. That's no longer the case because the world is changing too fast, right? So let's take a look back at the last 300 years of education. So in the 19th century, the education system was meant to create the factory world, the factory workers of tomorrow. And the core focus of that industrialized educational model was knowledge acquisition, memorization, obedience, and uniformity. However, today, that educational system has not evolved and is still stuck in its factory roots. This is our reality today, not just here in Uganda, but globally. And Sir Ken Robinson, an educator, he's recently passed away, he said public schools were not only created in the interests of industrialization, they were created in the image of industrialization. So what we're doing in our educational institutions is an old industrial model that is long, long out of relevance. So what is this conventional model? It has been around since the 19th century. It's 300 years old. It's students divided by age, which is grades, learning a standardized curriculum that is broken down by subjects, math, sciences, arts, social sciences, athletics, and being subject to evaluation by quizzes, tests, and final exams. Educators love quizzes, tests, and final exams, don't they? You guys love this stuff. And with institutions, curricula, and accreditation standards subject to centralized oversight and control. The conventional educational system is stuck in the comfort zone. It's been in the comfort zone for a very long time. And in 2023, it's still in the comfort zone. There was actually some hope 24 years ago when we moved into the 21st century that we would be moving on from this model. We haven't. We're still stuck in it. In fact, sometimes we're going more backwards than we're going forward. So in 24 years, we've not been able to shift it. And the outcomes we are not achieving. I mean, let me ask you, do you think we're achieving high aspirational, purposeful outcomes to prepare students to thrive in the 21st century? Do you think we're achieving those outcomes? Who thinks we're achieving those outcomes? Who thinks we're not achieving those outcomes? The vast majority of you don't know. It's either one or the other. I mean, you're educators. You should know this. Do you think we're achieving high aspirational outcomes to prepare youth to be people of good character, skilled at relationships, competent, ready for employment, ready to create peaceful societies, are we achieving that outcome? Up hands. Are we not achieving that outcome? Up hands. Now you're being honest. I'm an educator myself, right? I'm in the same business with you guys trying to shift this, right? And this comfort zone is really a discomfort zone. We think we're in the comfort zone, but we're in a discomfort zone in actuality. And you know the reason it's so hard to change it, that we've not been able to change it? Because the conventional education system is 10 times bigger than the Titanic. Do you know what happened to the Titanic? It sunk, right? Very suddenly. This ship was built in Ireland, where I come from. It was the best liner in the world at the time, right? At the turn of about 100 years ago. And it crashed into an iceberg and sank in a matter of hours. This is the fate of the conventional education system that is moving with unbelievable momentum, with incredible resistance to change. It's going to crash, whether we like it or not, right? And we need to anticipate that. We need to get in front of it. We need to reimagine it and reinvent it. Of course, you don't have to, but you're going to be caught by surprise. We were already caught by surprise in the 21st century. From 2000 all the way to 2019, all over the world, educational institutions were being pleaded upon to get digitized, right? To get digital technologies on board, to have online learning. They did not listen. And do you know what happened in 2019? What happened all over the world? Do you remember? That was only a few years ago. COVID-19. Did the educational system thrive because they were all ready with digital technology, or it crashed? It crashed. In fact, Ugandan schools were closed for how many years? 2 years. That's like a lifetime. It's going to take a lot of time to recover that. Should that have happened? Let me ask you, could that have been avoided? It could. If everyone, if the, even we ourselves, we've been telling educators to get serious, to get online, right? We started efforts like Leap Hubs and so on, but no one listened. And I'm telling you now, this is another wake-up call, a bigger wake-up call, because the world is changing so fast. If we don't wake up and start becoming non-complacent, we're going to be caught off guard again, and it's going to happen really, really soon, right? This is the reality. We can no longer be complacent. I can no longer be complacent, right? And what we're getting is a very slow change. It's the conventional model is moving at a very slow change. We're barely getting iterative improvements year in, year out, okay? So this is, I'm going to pair everyone up for just 3 minutes, right? And I want this half of the room here to answer oh, hold on, I have to move the slides along. Here we go. So I want this side of the room, the right side, to answer the first question. Are you guys ready? I want you to pair up. Who is demanding that the conventional education system be overhauled? Name all the people who are demanding this, or the types of people. And then on this side of the room, you have to answer this question. Pair up, who are the ones who care the most about holding on to the conventional model, including tests and final exams? You got 3 minutes. You don't look at the slides. That's cheating. Just based on your experience, right? 3 minutes starting now. Pair up, everybody. Pair up, talk to the person behind you or to the side of you. This is a paired activity. I don't see anyone pairing up. Why don't you guys stand up? Everyone stand up. That means you have to get out of your, okay? Everyone stand up. Face somebody right now that you're going to pair up with and do it standing up. Don't sit down. Do this exercise standing up. Pair up and do it standing up. The right side, who's demanding that the conventional system be overhauled? This side of the room, who cares most about holding on to it? Don't worry, you'll be sitting down in about 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Yeah, this side is, the slides are not getting projected properly. So this one is who wants to change the conventional system. This side, who wants to hold on to it. A on this side, B on this side. Hey guys, the whole slide isn't projecting properly. It's missing the top of the slides, but just the resolution. It should look like the whole top part is missing of all the slides. It should be. Okay, guys, we'll conclude it here. As promised, you can sit down. Okay, so we'd like to hear some reaction. Who here, do you feel that you have a good answer, right? Who feels confident they have a really good answer? Okay. Uh, Providence, where are you? Yeah. You can stand up and say your name and then face the audience.
Yes, my name is Ronald Dungu. I'm from the Ministry of Education. I think it's very clear that the First Lady and Minister of Education is championing the change to overhaul the curriculum. Starting, we've seen the lower secondary curriculum change, and we've also started to look at the primary, but also going forward. Of course, the primary started some time with a themed curriculum, but probably the how is the question. But the what and why is very clear. The public is also crying that the curriculum, the education must change. So I stand to say that the Minister of Education, the First Lady, is championing the overhauling of the system.
I really want to thank the First Lady and the Ministry for Providence. Can you manage this microphone? Milton, I need an assistant all day long today. So can you assign a staff person to assist me? Yeah, so assign somebody and assist me, okay? Okay, somebody else over here. Who cares about to overhauling the current system? Who wants it to be overhauled?
Thank you. I'm Bernard Janja, work with the National Curriculum Development Center, who is demanding that we change the curriculum. Number one,
You can face the audience.
the world of work, the employers, there is a skills mismatch. The education that we've been following, you find you are trained, give an example of engineers. You are trained the theories of engineering. When you go to the field, you don't see these theories practically. You see machines, and you don't know how these machines represent the theories. So there must be a change. And the world of work is demanding that there must be a change in the curriculum, in the education system, so that what we see in the industry is what we learn at school. There is a connection. Then secondly, the learners themselves, the people who are supposed to go through the education system, they find that the conventional education system is so boring, very discomforting. You know, it has a beginning of term exams, mid-term exams, end of term exams, but these exams, they are not assessing competences. They are assessing knowledge. Define, explain, list. They are not asking you to solve problems. I wish we had many exams which are problem solving, but they are not that way. So even the learners are demanding that education has to be overhauled so that we have a useful type of learning. Then lastly, the community. The land are the ones who don't have character in the community. They are the ones who throw rubbish anywhere. They are the ones whose children do not respect the children of the poor. The people who are land, their children do not behave well in the community. So we are not examples in the community. So even the community demands that the education system be overhauled to integrate character in the education. Thank you.
What's your name?
I'm Bernard Janja from
Your first name.
Bernard.
Bennett.
Yes.
Okay, give Bennett a huge round of applause here. That is absolutely spot on. I think Bennett, you should come up here and take over the presentation. I think you know more about this than I do. You've got it spot on. He's like 100% spot on. I want to thank the ministry, the First Lady, for recognizing that it does have to be overhauled, right? And I will actually make a powerful case for this during the workshop here. So really appreciate what you said, Bennett, and I appreciate the ministry and the First Lady. Now over here to this side, who are the ones that want to dearly, with dear life, want to hold on, with dear life, want to hold on to the conventional system for as long as possible, and the people who absolutely love final exams? Who are those people? Yes. Yeah, give the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Gita Emmanuel Freeman, and I'm a counselor at Chambago College School. First and foremost, the team that is so much interested on holding on to the conventional education are the parents of our children. Now, you realize that most of the parents currently of the children who are in the upper school learning have gone through the conventional, and they have been believed and they have been convinced that that is the only way you can assess. We face challenges where the new curriculum students, when we are giving their presentations and maybe the work they've done within their system, the parents are asking for, me, I want to see a D1, I want to see a 90, I want to see an 80. If that is not there, then my child did not go to school. So you find that they have been left out, because if you realize, we have not educated our parents on the new curriculum. So the gap there has left them continuing to demand on the other side. And the second team is, I'll give the ones that are in charge of these examinations that we give out. Leave your neighbor alone. When you realize during mock, there are different people that bring about examination. You'll hear Mokono mock, Ginger mock, Wakiso mock, every side. And there is a money term added to it, because the more the examinations, the more someone receives money. So some of them have monetized education, and they're looking at how best do they achieve monetary out of it. So I'll say, like, those that produce examinations, that out of the final exam of your NEP, but these ones that come between there are also those that are holding on to dearly because it has money or a monetary value attached to it. Personally, I believe the two are the ones that are holding on dearly to that. Thank you.
What about the educators themselves? What about us? Are we off the hook?
By the way, even when you talk about the educators, I'll give you an example. When you look at how we are doing our examinations here in Uganda, there is quite a lot that is involved during the UNEP period. The people that are taken there to do the work, the money they're given, the checkups and all that, there are those who don't look at the value of what is the child going to write or what is the child going to come out of, but they are focused on how much am I going to be paid at the end. If you realize and you get an assessment tool for some of the educators now, you realize that some of them are doing it because they must, not because they want to. And then last on that very thing, some of the educators now are still finding a heavy time understanding the new curriculum. Some of them are still stuck in the old. Even when you check their scheme books, they are all that. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done there. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, that's correct. So parents grew up in the conventional model, right? And they believe that that A's and B's define excellence. So let me ask you guys a question, right? So this is what our educational institutions put a premium on. But students don't care about this. Employers absolutely don't care about it. And the community doesn't care about it. That's what was just stated, right? So if somebody gets straight A's, how is that an indicator that they're a person of character? Yes or no? It is zero. It's a zero indicator that they're a person of character. How is that an indicator that this graduate is a good person? It's not, right? How is this an indicator that this person is really good at getting along with others and other people would like working with him? Is that an indicator? No. How about, is this an indicator that this person has competent skills, that they're creative, they're resilient, they're able to solve problems? Is it? Is this an indicator that this person has physical vitality? They're full of energy and enthusiasm? Yes or no? Is this an indicator that this person who just memorized 12 years of knowledge is able to apply knowledge to solve problems? No. There's, Houston, we have a problem. You should write all this stuff down. These insights, it's not on the slides, right? This is a wake-up call. You're here today. We have to reinvent this system. It is not helpful. It is not producing the outcomes that young people want. We should have young people here in the room. They'll tell you. They will tell you straight, I'll give you an example about myself, okay? Just to illustrate this. I was originally born in Ireland, right? I grew up in Ireland, right? As Milton said. I grew up on a farm. And my destiny, my parents never went to college, right? My destiny was to be stuck on the farm for the rest of my life. All the young people like me were like this, right? And in the late 70s, when I was in high school and going to college, it was impossible to get a job in Ireland. I actually went for interviews and to do summer jobs, right? To build up some nobody hired me, right? And I realized just as I was going to college, I knew, nobody told me this, I knew it myself, that I will never get hired unless I've got experience. And I wasn't getting the experience in internships. So I had an epiphany. Now, nobody told me this. My professors didn't tell me even. I knew that I had to engineer my projects at college to be field related, right? So I asked my professors, I want to do a project in County Cork, Cork City, which is in Southern Ireland. They were building a new water system, and I want to make this my key project. I worked on it for a whole year. So I interfaced with engineers, I interfaced with the community, and I knew I could talk about this in my first job. And I could say, this is my experience. I also did a practical engineering project as well, where I had to interface with other engineers and so on, right? So then, since I couldn't get a job in Ireland, I went over to London and I did 7 interviews. Very competitive. Everybody was going to England. And the first thing they were asking, what's your experience? I did not share about my performance in final exams. I shared about this water project that I did in Cork City, plus a practical engineering project. I said, this is my experience. I got 6 job offers in a row, and I could pick my dream job out of them, right? This was in a super competitive environment, right? That was way back in the late 70s, right? So our students, they know more than we do. They know more what they need. We should be interviewing our students, right? I'm getting this epiphany that they know what they want, right? We actually don't know what they want, as was stated, right? Okay, so I think we fixed it, guys. Congratulations. The whole slide is showing up now. So let's look at current educational timelines that don't enable for the transformation of people. Let's look at companies. Every company in the world revolves around quarterly financials and annual reports. This is very, very frustrating to owners because, what's that? Yeah, stand up.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm called Stella Nambuya. I'm here to represent the National Consultative Forum for Political Parties in Uganda. And really I've been touched, and it couldn't go to the next step without making a statement. The reason why I'm making a statement is that the problem for our education, who would like us to be like we are, emanates right from the donors. Our budgetary system, our conditions on everything in the budgetary system, including our parliament, including our governments, why they want to govern people who cannot really see the future, but control them as they feel like. While those who would like to change, really, it is the whole Africa, every African village, every African parent is now realizing how we went wrong, to have been trained to memorize, but not to be creative. We are now dictating. Who is dictating the situation we are in? You like it or not, and I'm saying whoever is here, you are in the Noah's Ark. The world is moving terribly, like the professor had made it. We need to wake up. Nobody is safe. And I'm here to challenge and to ask why. In Uganda, the less educated, the dropouts are more creative than professors. They are employing professors. Have you ever taken that study? Have you come to understand that? So we are being challenged to go back to the drawing board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can give it to our team here. No, thank you very much for that comment. I agree. We need to wake up, right? I'm telling you, I'm an educator myself. I'm with all of you. I'm in the same boat, right? We all have to wake up. It's exactly true. Madam Regis, can I make a special request for you? I'm sorry to do it in public. Out of expediency, can you mobilize some of your students to join us this afternoon and all day tomorrow? We need some students here in the room, right? Pull them out of their classes. They will get like the equivalent of a master's degree in the next day and a half. I'm telling you, right? Yeah, let's fill up some of the rest of the seats with your students. You've got amazing students here, right? From the Leadership Center. We want them in here in the room. We want them to talk to us. We want to hear them, okay? Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Regis is amazing, right? Yeah, you know, if I'm in Europe, I could not talk to a director of a leadership center in public like this. That would be considered extremely rude. But when I met you for the first time today, I immediately saw this is a transformative leader. We're walking the same journey. We don't need 6 months to get to know each other. It only takes 6 seconds, right? Isn't that right? Yeah, exactly. Okay. So this is the same story. It's the same story with educational institutions. We revolve around semesters, right? And academic years. And this is stifling development because we are wrapping up an academic year right now, correct? Right? And we have, what do you have, like about 6 weeks before the new academic year begins? So is everyone going to take a retreat for the next 6 weeks and dream up the new revolutionary transformative system before we start in January? No. So what are we going to get in 2024? Basically a repeat of 2023. And it's going to go on like this until 2050. Do you think we can, do you think Uganda can achieve its aspirational goals by 2050 if that's all we're doing? Yeah. Microphone. Milton, I need an assistant here.
Thank you, Mr. Professor. My name is Rogam Hagai, a student of MUBS doing a Bachelor of Entrepreneurship. I have got a concern about the topic of today, which is about changing or transforming the education system. When I look at the education system of Uganda, the major cause is the donors, as the madam has said. We had the education system which was theoretical in nature. You teach a person theory from primary 1, form 6 to university. Someone gets out of a university, does nothing. He's just on the street looking for jobs. So when you introduce the new curriculum, which is practical based, the resources are limited. Someone goes, is studying chemistry, finishes form 4, has never gone to the laboratory. How do you expect such a person to be creative when the resources are scarce? I submit.
Thank you. And we got one more here. You can take this microphone.
Yes, lamentations and lamentations. I want to speak to the educators in this room. I taught for a long time at Gaza High School, and I taught mathematics. But I taught up to A level, my A level math class from the farm. I taught my students from the banana garden. We were putting on gumboots. But the reason was very simple. Gaza High School trains leaders for tomorrow. And the question was, what kind of communities are with us? We have 90% of an agricultural country. So I took it upon myself to change from the forward classroom to the open spaces. So what am I talking about? It does not require someone to come from far to tell us what to do, but it needs us to transform the mindset of the educators, the leaders. Probably I was a deputy teacher at that time, and no one would stop me. So it requires us to transform the mindset of the leaders in our institutions, and that will lead to the teachers. We can move out of the forward classroom and work from the open spaces like you worked wherever it was. But for me, I decided that my children, my students, we study from the farm. And guess what? Because when you do mathematics, you also do ICT. I had a team of girls who understood the problems of the farmers, and they decided to develop a mobile app for farmers. And in 2016, we were in California exhibiting, a mathematics teacher mentoring a group of students who are doing ICT in farming, and I was none of the ICT teachers or none of the agriculture teachers. So I think we don't need to wait for the donors. We have the curriculum, and I'm happy that the curriculum has changed. Then the curriculum had not changed, but the interpretation of the curriculum was the most important thing. So I think we can move on as long as we get the inspiration and the guidance we need.
I want to really thank you. That's perfectly stated. I think you should take over the workshop too. I think we got the right people in the room without a doubt, right? It's very rare to get the right people in the room. Milton and I have been talking for months. You know, can we identify the right people? I think we got the right, do you agree we got the right people in the room? I think we do, right? And, you know, I think you hit the nail on the head that the essence is we have to transform ourselves. If that doesn't happen, we will never transform the system, right? And this, you know, literally, I have to show up as a better version of myself today than I did yesterday. Not in January 1st, literally today. Tomorrow, I have to grow in some way to show up as a better version of myself. Do you guys agree with that? Who agrees with that? Okay, so 6 people. So Milton, where are you? Yeah, only 6 people raised their hand. We have to now extend this workshop 3 more days, right? So today, what day is today? What day is today? Monday. Okay, so cancel your plans for the rest of the week. I need you here till Friday because we're not moving at the speed that we need to be moving. I'll ask you again. Let me see if we can finish this by tomorrow or we have to extend it to Friday, right? Now think about this for a second, right? And I want you to you know, delve into your gut, the deepest part of yourself, right? And search for the truth about this. Do you think that all of us here, including myself, should be showing up as a better version of ourselves, of myself tomorrow than we did today? Stand up if you agree with that. Stand up if you agree with that. There's a few outliers in the back here, but Milton, where are you? I think we might be able to finish tomorrow, right? Yeah, big round of applause, everyone. Okay. You know, the most difficult thing is not to change the system, it's to change ourselves. Write that down right now. You guys love changing systems. We can dream up plans in like, I could ask you for a new plan for next year, and you could do it in 30 minutes, right? We do this all the time. But what about changing myself? That's the most difficult thing we'll do in this life, to show up, to improve ourselves, to become a better version of ourselves, the way I feel the Creator meant us to go. We're meant to be growing and developing. If you're not growing every day, you're dying. Write that down because that's a true statement. Who believes this is true? If you're not growing, you're dying. Who believes this is a true statement? Who believes it's not a true statement? Either you're growing or you're dying, right? I'll explain more about this as we go along. So the current timelines are not effective. So we need to make a shift from looking at the group of students in our classroom this semester. That's not the way to think anymore. We need to be thinking collectively about an entire generation who are in our educational institutions. We may have a sliver of them for one semester or one academic year, but they represent an entire generation that came to us from some other educator the year before, and they'll go on to some other educator next year, right? We need to think in generational terms. So who is this generation that's in our schools right now? It's a brand new generation called Generation Alpha, right? These are the students who were born between 2010 and 2024. It also includes the tail end of Generation Z, the generation that was born between 1996 and 2010. Generation Alpha is the first generation that was born in the 3rd millennium. It's also the first generation who was born in the 21st century. They have unique characteristics, both good and bad, I'm afraid, right? A lot of them are really spoiled, right? So this is the truth, you know? They also have incredible potential, talent, digital skills, and all of that. They got both of it going on. And we have to really understand the characteristics of this. That's why I need the students in the room. We need to be talking with them. We need to, reflect on this. Who are these people? This is so important for us to catch and comprehend. If we understand who we're trying to raise up, we can be 10 times more effective. We haven't done that yet, right? And collectively, this population is over 1 billion students. Where is most of that population? In the global north or the global south? Two people said the global south and the rest don't know. So where does this youth bulge lie? Is it in the global south or the global north? The global south, especially Africa, right? Most of it is, huh? Yeah, 75% of the population are young people, right? That's why you're so blessed, actually, right? That's a blessing that cannot go to waste. It needs to be cultivated, right? The global north is an aging population. For the first time, Japan has more deaths than births as of last year. That's not the case in Uganda, right? Okay. Yeah, you're a production vehicle here of people. So, so visualizing, there's also some other trends I want to cover briefly of how the world is changing. So we need to shift to a generational mindset and also visualize externally how the world of education is very likely to shift between now and 2050. So first of all, the current generation of students, Generation Alpha and Generation Z, right? They're between the ages of 1 and 27, okay? By the time 2050 comes, they're going to be between the ages of 27 and 54. Can you believe that? They're going to be leading the world. They're going to be leading this institution, right? They're going to be leading companies, governments, departments, international agencies, correct? Or are you guys going to be leading them and they're going to be sitting around? These are going to be the leaders. They're in our classroom right now. They're going, the first wave are graduating next month, right? Also, the question is, how can we cultivate them to be people of character, good people, people who are able to relate well with others, people who've got skills and competencies, who've got strong physical vitality, and that know how to apply knowledge to solve problems? That's the question we have in our hands, right? There's also going to be other changes too, right? Growing access to the internet, a lot more massive open online courses or MOOCs. This is going to accelerate, and other forms of e-learning. The education sector were told about this in 2000. Now we're actually stating it again, but it's going to accelerate. Also, new technologies are already here, such as augmented reality, virtual reality, haptics, cloud computing, machine learning, artificial intelligence. Even Apple has a new technology called spatial computing that was announced this year, right? And then as far as the things that educators love to do in November and October, final exams. Guys, you know what's going to happen? You're no longer going to be administrating final exams. It'll be AI that will be doing the final exams from now on, not you. So you can go on vacation. You don't need to be around it. The AI will do it, and robots, okay? It's just a formality. So when I was in Kenya, and also this time, I was told, Tony, are you out of your mind to do this conference at the end of October? Don't you know it's final exam month, right? Yes, yes, I knew that. I have been coming to Kenya and Uganda since 2010. I completely know that, right? This was the only time we could do it. There's no perfect time to do this stuff. So I want to applaud everyone in this room for showing up today in the middle of final exams, because that's a big hand of applause. because if something is really important, you will prioritize this. So I want to acknowledge all the educators in this room right now for, I don't know how you did it intuitively. I don't know if you did special prayers. I don't know what you did, but somehow you figured out without hearing anything that this was going to be super important, more than the final exam, something that nobody really cares about anyway, right? You made the right decision. One more time, big round of applause to each one of you for showing up, right? Also, distributed living and learning. Students may no longer go to a physical brick and mortar building like this. So, Madam Regis, this building might end up being a hotel, right? Because students are going to log on, right, from their home, from a common room in the community, right, from a shared room in the building. Do we have any recent experience where that just happened? Do we have a recent experience where students logged on from their home for 2 or 3 years?
During COVID time, we had students logging in for lessons from their homes. I actually led an effort where we had 10,000 learners online.
Wow.
And we had teachers teaching them from wherever. But even just recently, as Ministry of Education, Government Secondary, we had an activity, 2 weeks activity before mocks, where we had, we have this special preparation of students. We had teachers across the country who were leading online sessions, and we're bringing students online from whatever part of the country. And there were teachers across schools who were organizing students to sit in a room like this and listening to one teacher. So
Yes.
we have experienced one teacher teaching the whole country.
There you go.
It is possible.
There you go. Exactly. So this was not a blimp in the timeline. This was a serious preview of the imminent future. This is going to accelerate, right? So I know we want to hold on to these buildings, but they're going to become more and more irrelevant, right? They need to be repurposed for strategic meetings, for planning, for dreaming up the future, or whatever. Madam Regis, I need to work with you very closely to dream up the future through the Leadership Center, right? Okay, and through the ministry here, right? I want to work with you. We want to work with you guys to dream up the future, right? And a greater emphasis on problem solving and so on. Okay, so the situation of education in our little world is dire. That's why last year the United Nations, for the first time ever, convened a, can you believe this, 3-day Transforming Education Summit. That's what they called it, a Transforming Education Summit. Global Peace Foundation has been using this terminology, transforming education, since 2010. Nobody has ever used it since, but the UN copied it last year, right? For the first time. No one else has ever used this terminology. And now everyone is using it, right? But what happened is that they've copied the word and the term and completely missed the meaning of it, right? 100%. I was at this. I experienced it directly. They focus on everything except the essence of transformation, which we're going to talk about in a minute, right? But one thing they did do that was really good, it convened ministries of education from all over Africa, international agencies, all the big corporations was there, like every major stakeholder in the world was there. And the UN wanted to mobilize serious action to catch up with Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which is called quality education. That's what it's called, right? But in reality, there's very little quality has been happening with it. It's more quantity education, not quality education. We've forgotten about the quality. In this workshop, in this capacity building, we're going to zero in on what is transformation, and we're going to zero in on exactly what quality is, right? People say these words, but they don't know what they are, right? We're going to define it here, okay? Also OECD, which they have something called the Learning Compass 2030, and I contribute to this. I really like their aspiration here. They're asking two questions that we all need to answer. What are the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values that today's students will need to be competent in the world? And question number two is, how can educational systems develop these knowledge, skills, value, character effectively, right? So these are the big questions we're going to try and answer in this two-day workshop. There's also other things going on, other forces going on in the world, such as scientific knowledge. An explosion of scientific knowledge is creating new opportunities and solutions, but also disruptive changes. I already talked about this earlier, about job displacement and so on, but also on the social side. We are actually seeing inequality in living standards and life chances are widening. That's actually happening in Uganda right now, right? And also conflict, instability, and inertia are increasing. So let me ask you a question here. When we crossed over into the year 2000, into the third millennium, and we just left the 20th century, the bloodiest century on record, the century with the most wars, right? 3 world wars, World War I, II, the Cold War, plus many other conflicts around the world. And the aspiration of people all over the world on New Year's Day 2000 was that in the 20th century, we will see no more wars. Wasn't that correct? And as the years went by, that was the case, right? And what happened last year? The Ukraine-Russia war that is nowhere near coming to an end. And what happened this month? An explosion in the Middle East that is going totally out of hand, right? 2 wars in a matter of a year. And with modern technologies, nuclear weapons, bioweapons, and bad people, our planet is in jeopardy if this stuff escalates, right? Even politicians are warning that this war, this conflict in the Middle East can easily widen and involve China, Russia, right? Of course, the US is there involved as well. This is really, really concerning. This was never meant to happen, right? So we've got to take pause. We need better people graduating from our educational institutions, right? So when we say we want to transform education, what exactly do we mean? We mean the entire system, from pre-kindergarten all the way to postgraduate. Primary schools, secondary schools, colleges and universities, technical, vocational, educational training institutions, charter schools, online schools, public, private. I mean, you look at this list here, that's only a partial list. All of it. We're very ambitious here, very aspirational, all of it, right? So we're moving into part 2 right now. We're really getting into the core right now, right? Reese, Milton, what time is lunch scheduled? 1:30. So guys, it's 5 minutes to 1 right now. Now, I do understand there's a primal drive rising up in you right now for food, right? True or not? Yeah, it's already starting, and it's very hard to resist, actually, right? But I want to give you some real hope here, right? In 35 minutes, you will have an opportunity to act on that primal drive for lunch. Fair enough? So I will stop at 1:29, even if I'm in mid-sentence, because I'm really concerned about your primal drive for food. Now, there's no one else. Milton doesn't care about this. He wants to skip lunch, but I'm a more kind person, right? Milton will skip lunch and dinner and tomorrow's meals. He's already doing this, preparing for this workshop. I don't need the guy who's eating. So I need him to eat first to manage this workshop. So I promise you, 1:29, we go to lunch. Is that fair deal? Can you guys hang on for another 35 minutes? 2 people can hang on. Milton, for the rest of the get food in here immediately, right? Okay. Looks like they can't hang on. Okay. All right. This stuff we're going deeper right now. We're going deeper, right? Also, future education concepts on education. And I've been reading a lot of them. They're going out to 2030, 40, 50. Cambodia has a 2070 plan, right? And also new national education policies also gravitate to structures, systems, methodologies, pedagogies, curriculum, and the new shiny star on the block, AI, right? You Google education conference around the world, every single one of them is AI, right? And then in 3 or 4 years, the new star will show up, quantum computing or whatever, or holographics or whatever, right? And we're constantly chasing after these shining stars and missing what you said, that the essence is transforming ourselves. The hardest thing we will ever do in our life. It's easier to pass a final exam than it is to transform yourself. You can write that down. It's easier to pass any final exam that any educational institution will put out than to transform yourself. Would you agree with that? Only Milton understands this. Now, I want you to pair up, and I want you to, and you have 3 minutes to do this, not a second longer. With your partner and a piece of paper, I want you to create an image that describes the 300-year-old conventional education model. Pair up and create it in 3 minutes, and we want to see some of these, right? Create an image that describes the 300-year-old conventional educational model. Now, you don't need a PhD to do this. Just go with your gut, do not overthink it, and it's time bound. You've got 3 minutes to do it. So pair up very quick. You might have to stand and pair up with somebody, right? Okay, guys, everyone pair up, right? And work on this. Move around the room, find somebody new. You have to draw an image on the paper of the conventional, that describes the conventional, or represents the conventional education model. Yeah, you can write words there as well. Okay, guys, ladies and gentlemen, let's reconvene here. You can finish your drawing later over lunch if you haven't completed it. But it's an interesting exercise, right? That we can do over and over again. Okay, so what I want to do is share my image, right? The slides don't work, guys. Hey, guys, the slides don't advance. Hey, the slides are not advancing. Next slide. Here we go. Okay, how many of you have been to Egypt? It's in North Africa, so a few people have been to Egypt. Did you see the pyramids? The pyramids are amazing, right? They were built like thousands of years ago. Some people say they were built by aliens, but they were not. I don't think there's any aliens. They were built by human beings, okay? And those pyramids, did you ever see a pyramid that's turned upside down like this, standing on its tip? When you went, those of you who went to Egypt, did you ever see a pyramid like this? Yeah, they're the other way around, right? It's not like this. However, this is an accurate depiction of the conventional educational model, weighted down at the top with a tremendous weight of knowledge acquisition and intellectual capability, crushing down on skills and physical vitality, which is less so, crushing relationships even more so, doesn't even know time to develop relationships. And then almost like crushing out completely character and values, right? In fact, when I go around the world, and I go around the world a lot, right? I'm meeting with ministries of education. I also meet with teachers. I meet with faculty. And you know what they tell me when they talk to them about transforming education? They say, Tony, do you realize we are suffocating? This system is suffocating, stifling. We're not allowed to be creative. We have no time to be creative. Do you know how much content we have to deliver every day? They actually use the word stifling, suffocating. These are the words I hear over and over again. And when I think about this image here, this is a weight on our educators that's stifling them. And I said in the beginning, I really admire your school heads, your educators, the faculty, amazing people held in chains. You put chains on yourself. You're in a prison of your own design, preventing you from being creative, right? Like that. And this model is becoming less and less relevant day by day, not year by year, day by day. Okay. And now let's actually take a look at this knowledge acquisition, how really irrelevant it is, right? In the year two, let's look at the exponential growth of knowledge in the last 123 years. In the year 1900, knowledge was doubling every 100 years. By the end of World War II, knowledge was doubling every 25 years. In 1982, knowledge was doubling every 12 months, 13 months. And guess what? In 2022, just last year, global knowledge was doubling every 12 hours. To put this in context, your students, by the time they have breakfast at 7 a.m. in the morning, and by the time they come home and eat dinner at 7 p.m. at night, the world's knowledge has doubled. So now, what are educational institutions going to do? cut out summer vacation because we have to cram more knowledge into their brains because it's doubling every day, right? This is insane, right? This is insanity, right? Does it make any sense to you? This is our system. Cram as much knowledge into their little brains as possible with knowledge exploding every 12 hours, right? This is irrelevant. It's no longer sustainable. And having the primary emphasis on intellectual capability alone is inadequate for the modern world and reality. In fact, there's a joke going around in educational circles, right? That in our classrooms, we have Generation Alpha, right? We have 21st century students being taught by 20th century teachers using a 19th century curriculum on an 18th century calendar. Now, we laugh at this, right? The irony of it, it's actually true. This is the true reality. 21st century students being taught by 20th century teachers and professors on a 19th century curriculum using an 18th century calendar, right? This is the reason we're not getting the outcomes we aspire to get. It's barely education for a living. That's why when our students graduate from our educational institutions, what I'm being told here in Uganda, they cannot get jobs. There's something wrong here, right? Okay. And employers are actually constantly having to re-educate. They have to carry the mantle of educators and re-educate to make them relevant, okay? So we need to rethink the purpose of education. And the way we have to start is with a deep reflection on the kind of student graduates and society that we want to create. Another quick 3-minute exercise. Pair up with somebody new this time. And on this side of the room, I want you to discuss in 3 minutes, what kind of student graduates do you think we should be producing? And on this side of the room, what kind of society should we be actually creating, right? 3 minutes, real quick. Go to somebody new. You're going to have to literally stand up, go up the stairs. It's like a date. You're dating, right? And you meet somebody new, say hello, introduce yourself, and finish this exercise in 3 minutes. This side of the room, what kind of student graduates do we need to graduate? This side of the room, what kind of society do we want to create? You've got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Okay, guys, in the back, you've got to participate. Otherwise, go home. Stand up, pair up, and get moving here. We want everyone active. You're here to contribute, not to listen. You're here to contribute, right? Okay, guys, let's pause it here. Let's reconvene. And I'll ask a few people to share what you came up with. Okay, first of all, starting on this side of the room, which team feel you've come up with a great answer on what kind of student graduates do we need to be producing? Who feels confident to answer that question? Okay, microphone. Yeah. And say your name and then face the audience.
I am Ahmad Wahweya from National Curriculum Development Center. The person, the graduate who is needed is a holistic graduate who has knowledge, who has skills, both soft and hard skills, soft skills, skills of effective communication, time management, integrity, a person who holds values, honest, God-fearing person, a person who is in a position to work with limited supervision, a person whose attitudes towards work, towards life, towards others is positive, and this person must be gender responsive, a person who is all inclusive, and a person who cares and values about environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, a big round of applause. Let me ask you a question. Are our current educational institutions producing that kind of person at the moment?
At the moment, no.
Right.
We are still a long way to reach there.
Yes. However, if you make a decision in this workshop to do this, we can make incredible progress in the next 6 months. Who feels confident we can get this going? Right on. So, hey, thank you so much. That was really good. I think I can go home now, Milton. I think you definitely have the right people in the room. I think you guys can take over the workshop. I feel very confident, right? I'm very happy about this, right? And we want to work. We have to work together. This is the right group. We're going to transform it. The people in this room are the ones who are going to transform educators and students and ourselves in Uganda. This is your charge, right? Somebody up here, get the microphone up there to this wonderful lady in the glasses up here. And then we'll have a response from the society over here next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hannah Teresa, and I'm a first-year student here at Macquarie Business School, offering international business, Bachelor of International Business. The question is, what kind of graduates do we need in our society today? But I want to go back to what the first topic we're talking about, where you talked about the changes impacting education, and you talked about the generations, and there was the Alpha and the Gen Zs. Now, talking as a Gen Z right now, there's a big disconnection between the older generation and us, the Gen Zs. And that disconnection, okay, yeah, there might be the good things that have come with it, but I feel like the morals and the principles and disciplines that are supposed to be passed on from the older generation to the younger ones has not been there. When you look at the informal education that was passed on in the old days, I feel like it's what groomed the old generation into the kind of people they are right now, which is lacking in our generation right now. We don't have the discipline, we don't have those core values that a person who is holistic must have. So when we look at the kind of graduates we are raising, I feel like there's a lot that is actually missing. So if we go back and these parents look at actually sitting down and raising their children in the right way, teaching us those key things that have been missing out, we might be on a steady goal of achieving this education. But otherwise, what we need as a graduate right now, we need to love our country, first of all. If we want to change the education system, we need to love who we are right now. And this is lacking in this younger generation that is supposed to be supporting the movement of Pan-Africanism right now. So if we sit down and love our country, love our continent, it will build us as people and bring us as one to actually build our education system. Then we need problem solvers, critical thinkers who, and that has also been part of the things that we have missed out that have not been passed on to us. Sitting down and analyzing something. We want things the faster way, want things to be done very fast, want things to move on very fast. And because of that, we miss out a lot. We don't take time to understand. We don't pay attention to details. All we need is now and let it be done. And we don't care about tomorrow. What we want is right now. So when we bring about issues like environmental sustainability, or those are not issues that are actually affecting us, but we do not know that they're going to affect us years from now. So my core submission is let the older generation sit down, because it's us, the young people, that have to take up the lead in the future of education, in the future of our continent, in the future. So if we have you impacting those core values in us, then I think we'll be on a great journey to achieve
Hey,
it.
awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. So guys, to Madam Regis, that's why I want more students in the room. The students know stuff. They know stuff, right? They know stuff that we don't know, it looks like. They- they're actually asking you to guide them. Can you believe that? Did you ever hear of such a, you thought the students don't want to be guided. Hear it from the horses. I know she's not a horse, she's a beautiful young lady, but using that analogy, hear it from the horse's mouth. Our students, they want to be guided by you. That's what she said. And I want to say something to our students here today, right? Students in the room, stand up, all the students who are in the room, Generation Alpha and Generation Z, stand up. Wow, look at that, Alpha and Z, right? Now, you guys, I have a little message for you, right? You're not off the hook. I want you guys to be owners in this transformation, not complainers, not problem identifiers. I want you to work with the educators here and be problem solvers, not complainers. Promise me you'll do that. I think that's what you want to do, right? You could spend the next 10 years complaining. We need to work together in a cordial way with our educators and come up. We have to work together, the young generation and the older generation. Educators, I want the educators to stand up now. Do you welcome working with these guys? No, say it out loud. We welcome you, or you're not going to welcome them. I don't hear any words. I need to say it out loud. If you agree, you want to work with them, invite them. Invite yourself. We will work with you. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. And next slide. The next slide. Okay. So, all right, let's just keep going here. Oh yeah, wait a minute. What kind of society do we want to create? Okay. Microphone, Milton. Okay.
My name is Sarah. I just have two things to mention. One,
Face the audience.
one is that I would like a society where people can share the little that they have with others. Secondly, I would also love to have a society where people can sacrifice themselves for others. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Stanley Mugume. I'm the head teacher at Chambo College School. What kind of society should we be creating? We should be creating a society that is self-reliant. We need a society that is innovative and creative. we need a society that is environmentally sensitive, because when our people are traveling, they throw all over things. So they are not environmentally friendly. We need a society that is gender sensitive. We need a society that is patriotic, because some people don't love their country. And we need a society that is corrupt free. Our society need the virtues of integrity and honesty. I submit.
Before you sit down, who's going to create that society? Who's going to create that society? Who's going to take the lead role in creating that society?
It is me and you.
Oh, I love this. Okay, I can definitely go home now. Yeah, you guys can 100% take over the workshop, right? You're getting the message even before we can get to it. I want to Milton, why don't you give these guys a big round of applause? You brought the right people to the room, right? Yeah, exactly. One more person.
Thank you. Joe Adanson is my name, a guarantee victim of the convention education. A society that I would love to be created, in addition of what others have said, mainly is that society that provides solutions to problems, other than calling upon leaders, political leaders, to come for help. Dr. Divine, I'm not ashamed to say this before my fellow Ugandans here. Whatever happens to our society today, the natives will always call upon the government to come and help, as if they don't have hands, as if they don't have heads to think, and so forth. We lack a society that is creative today. We lack a society that is innovative, no matter at which level. Above all, the character is bad. No wonder you are asking, who is going to create that society? I think you started it all. With the conventional education system, with the transformation education system move, we shall have that society created. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last one here, right? The last one. Thank you so much. That's exactly right.
My name is Ichiz Abraham. And for me, the society that I would love to see is a peaceful society.
Spot on. I was waiting for that.
A society where the graduates that the other people have said would want to see, a society where they would come into and harmoniously coexist with everybody, regardless of, their race, whatever they are, coexist and collectively get solutions for their own problems. A society that embraces neighborliness, neighborhood, and they're able to live together, to work together to advance the development of that society. Thank you very much.
And who's going to create that society?
Myself, yourself, and all of us here.
Exactly. I'm so glad you mentioned peaceful society, right? Because we cannot have economic prosperity without peace. And peace is proactive. It is not reactionary, right? We have to be continually proactive, getting along with people who are different from ourselves, right? Different religions, different tribes, and love those people. Different ages, like the young generation, the older generation. We're different, right? Except me, I'm like a 21-year-old, right? So I can get on very easy with these young people up here. What about the rest of you guys? Are you like in your 20s also? Like spiritually speaking? What about you guys? Are you like 57 or you're 27 in your spirit? Okay, educators, how would you define your spirit? Are you like a 47, 57-year-old, or are you more like a 21 or 27-year-old? You're 21, Milton? Okay, Milton is 21. What about everyone else? What's the age of your spirit? 30. Yes. Your Generation Z. Perfect. Now, I know you're more than 30, right? I think you might be 30 and a half. But who else? You guys have to get younger in your spirit, right? To actually communicate with this generation Alpha and Z. You can't be showing up with an old mindset, right? Milton is 21. Cool. Okay. Slides, please. Okay. All right. So what we're kind of saying here is that in order to envision the future, we have to stop looking at the past, right? The past is the old system. It's not helpful anymore to be looking to the past. The future, the past is linear, right? It's like we're going into the future looking through the rear view mirror of our cars. If you're driving, those of you who drove here in your car to the venue today, who drove a car today or in the past week or in the past month? So if you're driving your car and you're constantly looking in the rear view mirror, do you think you'll exist for much longer? Then maybe you didn't understand the question. If you get into your car, if you have a car and you're driving your car and you spend the entire time looking through the rear view mirror, what's going to happen? You're going to get into an accident. It's over, right? Where do you have to look? To the front. But guess what? We educators are only looking through the rear view mirror as we move on day by day. That's why we are crashing. That's what we're doing, okay? We have to stop doing this and start looking through the front windscreen. And the front is no longer linear. You can't go asleep, okay? Because it's actually more like this. This is the road we're on right now. It's a hilly road with cliffs that are 3,000 feet down to the side, switchbacks. There could be zebras and tigers and buffalo on the road as you go around the bend. If you're looking in the rear view mirror, you're going to crash and burn on this road. This is the future. It's non-linear. It is unpredictable. It's constantly changing. It's complex. It's volatile. Plus, if you get weather going on like this morning, you may never reach your destination. We need to be anticipating the road ahead and making adjustments, right? We cannot be looking through the rear view mirror anymore. Now, guys, I have a sad announcement to make right now. It's just past 1:29. I said lunch would be here. Now, this is not my fault, right? I'm off the hook here. I was told that lunch is on its way, right? It's being brought in by helicopter, I think. And it has to navigate through air traffic control here for some reason. And it's going to land here at 1:45. That's what I was told, right? So you guys good to continue for another 15 minutes? I know the hunger drive is like ramping up. That will be satisfied in 15 minutes. Get into pairs, and I want you in 2 minutes, very short, identify the 4 primary dimensions of human beings. What are the 4 primary dimensions of human beings? We have 4 primary dimensions. What are they? Don't overthink it, okay? Get into pairs real quick, and this time you have 2 minutes to answer that question. What are the 4 primary dimensions of human beings? Okay, guys, this is an activity. Get into pairs, please, and discuss this for 2 minutes. Everyone in the back of the room, everybody, okay? Okay, moving the hands right like this, very accurate. No, stand up and do but you actually lift feet up, move your hands.
All right. Are we through with that? We're going to have an energizer. Please, everyone stand up. Please. Please, 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 please. Everyone up, up, up. So we are at the university, right? Which university are you at? Backbenchers? Which university are we at? Okay, MOOPS. So what you're going to do, the name is called MOOPS, all right? It's called what? MOOPS. So what you're going to do, we're going to write it, okay? We use our hands to write. By this time around, we're going to use our waist to write the word MOOPS, all right? It has letter M, letter U, B, and S, right? That's the acronym. So we're going to use our waist to write letter M. Let's start. 1, 2, 3, start. It's single M, not double M. So write single M, all right? Again. Okay. Letter U. Letter B. And letter S. That is moves. Does it have a full stop? All right, thank you so much.
Wow, this is the new mobs, huh? Okay. I don't know what you came up with the exercise, but these are the 4 primary human dimensions. When we talk about holistic education or holistic, nobody knows what that means. We're defining it here. We're getting very specific in this workshop, right? When we say we have 4 primary dimensions, these are what they are. We have a spiritual, moral dimension. Only human beings have this dimension. How many of you have a pet, like a dog or a cat at home? Nobody? Yeah. Does your dog or cat have a spiritual, moral dimension? Okay, then. How about in the national parks? Do the lions, tigers, elephants, giraffes, zebras have a moral, spiritual dimension? They don't? I thought they did, but they don't. Okay, all right. We also have something called an emotional relational dimension, particularly nurtured through the family. We also have a physical vitality element. We do have a physical body. In case you don't think we have that, I want you to tap yourself on the chest. We have it. It's right there, right? And we also have a mental cognitive development. A mental cognitive dimension. These are the 4 primary dimensions. Whenever from now on, as long as you live, if you hear the word holistic, you know what it means, right? 4 dimensions, okay? Now, how many of you, when you woke up this morning, you had a little look in the mirror and you saw yourself in the mirror? Right? Now, I know all the guys had to shave this morning, right? So you definitely looked in the mirror for maybe 5 minutes, right? Now, I know all the ladies here had to put on all kinds of makeup. You probably looked in the mirror for 45 minutes. Most likely, right? The guys, 5 minutes, but the ladies, 45 minutes, right? I know, like, when I'm leaving my house with my wife, we're getting ready to go. And I'm out in the car, I have it started. She's still in the bathroom putting makeup on. And it's like 10 minutes have gone, 20 minutes have gone. I ring the phone, it doesn't get answered. I have to go out of the car. She's still in the bathroom putting makeup on, doing her hair, right? Like constantly looking in the mirror. What did you see when you looked in the mirror this morning? What dimension did you see? Of these 4 dimensions, which ones did you see? The physical dimension, right? Question, how many people saw your spiritual moral dimension? You did, Milton? You did. Well, you're from another planet then. You're not from this world. Or maybe you're a ghost, right? You don't see your spiritual moral dimension. It's invisible, right? What about your mental cognitive dimension? Did you see that? No, it's invisible, but it's there nevertheless. Did you see your emotions or your relational dimension? No, it's invisible. Did you see love? No, it's invisible. But 3 of these are invisible, but they're there nevertheless, right? The physical one we see, right? Now, they're not all the same. This is not in your handouts. You should take a picture of this slide, the next few slides. These are like the core slides of this workshop for today, for this morning anyway, right? The 4 dimensions are not equal. They have an order of importance. Some are way more important than others, right? So the spiritual moral dimension, which only human beings have, this is the realm of our conscience. It's the realm of spiritual principles and universal moral laws, which I'll explain. That one is primary. We're the only species on planet Earth that has this dimension. It is primary. The next most important one is the emotional relational dimension, because we are essentially relational beings, and that those relationships are cultivated in families. The next one is the physical vitality dimension. We need to show up with a lot of energy, vitality. You cannot do this work without energy. And finally, the mental cognitive dimension, right? So the spiritual moral dimension influences our relationships. This in turn influences our physical vitality. And this in turn, stimulates mental cognitive development. However, the conventional educational system has all this backwards. This is number 1, right? Mental cognitive. Physical barely skills is like barely there. Emotional relational is barely there. And the spiritual moral, the character conscience is almost non-existent. It's in complete reverse. This is a critical slide. Critical slide. This is envisioning the true purpose of education. Anyone who is smart in the room will map out and will reinvent education based on this model. This is mapped. This is not a cute little image here. It's mapped from who we are. It's mapped from the 4 dimensions, right? So this is a pyramid that's turned the right way up, like the Egyptians made it. Is this pyramid stable? How about the conventional educational upside down pyramid? Is that stable? No, this has stability. And the foundation of this pyramid is character. This is mapped to our spiritual moral dimension, okay? This is not accidental. There's purpose behind this. This guides relationships. This is mapped to our emotional relational dimension. This informs this. And this is next mapped to our physical vitality element plus skills. All of this guides this. And finally, this maps and this guides, this one here maps to our mental cognitive dimension. This is the map, the formula for transforming education. This is more powerful than E equals MC squared, I would say. Write that down. If you're smart, right, you will map your educational system to this, right? And this is more powerful than E equals MC squared, this formula, this model, okay? And to kind of just hit the, again, this slide is not in your handouts. We're developing this content all the time. So once again, right, character is mapped to the spiritual moral dimension. Relationships on this pyramid is mapped to the emotional relational dimension. The skills and physical dimension is mapped to the physical vitality dimension. And finally, the knowledge application, not knowledge acquisition, is mapped to the mental cognitive area. And this is where the growth line lies. Up like this, not down like the old way, right? That's suffocating. This is liberating. This unleashes values. It unleashes the vision that this side of the room had on the kind of graduates we want to see, right? It also unleashes the kind of society that this side of the room actually talked. This is a critical slide. It's not in your handouts. So to compare, right? Let's compare both systems. This is the current system that's suffocating, right? The conventional system focused on knowledge acquisition, not matched to the needs of societies or the kind of our students want. Our students don't want this, correct, students? Do you guys want this? They don't want it, right? Instead, we want a model which has purpose, meaning, relevancy. You know, in Global Peace Foundation, we've been advocating for character since 2010, right? And for much of that time, the takeaway from educators was that, okay, that's nice to have. Character, that's nice to have, but we really need to get the academics going, right? Ladies and gentlemen, we're at a point right now that character is no longer nice to have. It is essential to have. It is essential. Graduates who are not graduating with character are not going to be able to thrive. It's as simple as that. This is no longer like, you should write this down. Character is no longer something that we would like to have. It is essential to have, right? More than anything else, okay? Suggest you take a photo of this slide too, or at least make a note of it, okay? All right. Hey, Richard? Milton, can you give us an update on the food? I'm going to keep going till the food arrives. Is the food here? Okay, let me know when it arrives. Give me 5 minutes notice. Okay, so the purpose of education. Education is meant to be habit forming rather than information. Illuminating rather than indoctrination, and inspiration rather than compulsion. Edward Grant Conklin, an American biologist. Oh yeah, let me go back here. Pair up once again, but this time we're going to do it differently. Everyone stand up. That means you actually have to stand up. You have to vacate your seat, okay? You guys ready to do some movement? Okay. I want without knocking over this camera, maybe around here, I want all you guys here to pop up to this side of the room and pair up with somebody. It's like dating, right? And I want this side of the room to literally walk up and say, "Hey, listen, can you pair with me?" It's kind of like dating, right? Go ahead, do that right now. Are you guys paired up? Okay, that's good. You can create teams of 2 and 3 or 4 if you like. So here's the exercise. You have 2 minutes, maybe 3, to answer this question. Where do young people between the ages of 1 all the way up to 27, where do they spend 90% of their time? Once again, the question is, where do young people who are between the ages of 1 and 27 spend 90% of their time? Answer that question. And we are assuming young people, when I say 27, those who are in postgraduate, right? Okay, guys, let's wrap this up here. Milton, can you get someone to assist me with a microphone? Milton, somebody assisting with a microphone, a mobile phone, mobile microphone. You guys can go back to your seats. Do you have a microphone? Okay, yeah. Okay. This side of the room, who came up with a great insight where young people between the ages of 1 and 27 spend 90% of their time? Who'd like to give a shot? Okay, right here.
Um, there was a conflict in this question. There's where do young people spend most of their time, and how do they spend most of their time? Now, honestly speaking, from ages 1 to 27, the young people spend most of their time at school. But the question is, how do they spend most of their time? Because you can say now they may be spending their time studying, but that is not like a correct, yeah. So I think it's school, but the big question I think is how do they spend most of their time? Which I think is not in school, but
Yeah.
mentally not in school.
Okay, so they spend on this side of the room, so you're partially right, right? They spend a lot of time in educational institutions, right? Where do they spend the rest of the time, this side of the room? Besides educational institutions, where do they spend the rest of the time? Anyone would like to take a stab? It's not complicated. Yeah. Microphone?
Thank you very much. So when you look at the ages of 1 to 27, some of them likely, those that are done with college, high school, they spend most of their times on the internet. Now, doing what? They are on TikTok, they are on Snapchat, and they have been robbed of their reality. Some of them have got, they have social media appearance and reality appearance. They will even tell you, you know, some of them, they meet someone on Snapchat and they fall in love with a filter. And now when we meet in real life, they meet something different. Others, they spend most of their time on phone. Now on the phone, leaving social media alone, now on phone, they spend most of their times, most especially those ones that are unemployed, they're always on phone, chatting with friends. Others, that is where they have found themselves in the aspect of nudity, sharing things, like they are off the track, they're not guided. And then others are always in sports. We have seen some of our students that are so much interested in sports. They're playing basketball, being on the football pitch, and they just want to develop their talents. So that is where some of them are between the ages of 16 and then 27.
Okay. We're going to use some. I acknowledge all that, right? Young people are spending way too much time on their phones and on their social media. Like today, like I went out for a walk yesterday here in Uganda, and then everyone that I was walking towards, this is their profile. They're walking towards me like this, with this device in their hands, right? And they're almost crashing into me, right? It's like I should be in hospital, rightly so. If an alien species showed up on Earth and they looked at humanity, and this is what they'll see. They think these are robots that being controlled by a supercomputer in their hand. If they drop this device here, they would probably fall dead, right? They think they were born this way. How come these human beings, were they born this way when they came out of their mother's womb? They were born with a tiny smartphone, right? True or not? Is this the profile? True. Is this like, is there something wrong with this equation? There's something wrong here, guys, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're driving like this, right? It's no wonder you all made it here safely, right? Yeah. Slides, please. Next slide. Yes. Youth between the ages of 1 and 27 spend 90% of their time in families and educational institutions. In families and educational institutions. They just transition through the community, right, to go from home to school or to college, right? But 90% of their time is spent at an educational institution like this one, right? Or in a secondary school or a primary school, and maybe 10% of the time playing sports in the community or something like this, right? So with this acknowledgement, let's just think for a second. Can you imagine the incredible, powerful impact that families and educators can have on this generation? They spend 90% of their time with you, right? I mean, why don't you just take a minute, close your eyes, and everyone close their eyes and think, my God, what, what kind of impact could I potentially have on the life arc of these precious young people who are with me day in and day out? Do you think it's powerful, potentially powerful? It's incredibly powerful. Any minister would die to have their parishioners 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. Think about it, right? So educators and families have the influence that do you think we are having that kind of influence on these precious children and students currently, impacting their entire life arc? When we say families, we're talking about parents, grandparents, uncles and aunts. When we say educational institutions, we mean deans, faculty, school heads, teachers, superintendents, supervisors. This is just a partial list, right? So being an educator is actually way more than a job. It's a mission. If you see if you see the powerful, positive, meaningful, and purposeful impact that you can have on the life arc of your students and for families, your children, in terms of character, values, relationships, skills, physical vitality, and the application of knowledge, it's like we have gold dust under our arms. They will be building statues. Young students up here, students, Generation Alpha and Generation Z. Would you wish your teachers and educators had this kind of positive guidance, influence, helping you, shape you for the future? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. They want this. This is what we're hearing today. Our students want you to do this, okay? Okay, so we're chasing up on lunch here, guys. Maybe the helicopter went to a different university. We have to redirect it and get it back here. So we'll just keep going here, right? We're going to actually touch on this. I just want to thank you for your patience here, right? We had all kinds of delays today, little frustrations, but let's just ride through them. Let's stay optimistic. Let's stay positive, okay? So let's take a quick look at the theory of education transformation. You know, the education sector is in constant reaction mode, putting band-aids over symptoms. So what are some of the symptoms? We're constantly trying to solve downstream problems, and we're ignoring the upstream solution, right, which I'll talk about in a minute. So what are some of these symptoms? Violence. Are you experiencing violence in your schools and educational institutions here in Uganda? Is this an issue? Yeah, I'm hearing this everywhere. So the intervention is peace programs, right? We wait for the violence to start, then we rush and come up with a peace program. How about low learning outcomes? This is a constant frustration of ministries of education. We're not getting high learning outcomes. So then educational institutions and ministries try to come up with an intervention called learning enhancement programs, right? Are you the guys dealing with substance abuse, alcohol abuse in your schools with young people, yes or no? So then in order an intervention, substance abuse programs. What about depression? This was a huge issue during COVID. It's still around. Are you seeing students who are depressed? Yes. So then we come up with an intervention called well-being programs. And the list, we could go on for another 3 hours with the symptoms and the interventions. When the funding for the this is the crazy thing, right? Usually these interventions are funded by the World Bank, by some NGO or some corporation. It lasts for about a year or two. When the funding runs out, guess what happens? Overnight, we revert back to the symptom again. It's amazing, right? And then we won't do the exercise, but it is an exercise. What is the source or essence of transformation? What's the upstream issue? The upstream solution is to treat the source of the problem, not the symptoms. And the source We need to fix the source, and that is the transformation of people holistically, spiritually, morally, emotionally, relationally, physically, vitality, and mentally, cognitively. This is the story of this workshop. We need to transform people, right? So when we actually transform people holistically, and we're specifically talking about educators, first and foremost, what will be the outcome? We will have less symptoms and there'll be less of a need for special interventions. These will fade into the background because these symptoms will actually stop, right? Or they will radically reduce, and we'll be on a whole new trajectory because we're fixing the upstream problem, which is us, right? The educators, transforming ourselves, showing up as a better version of ourselves to our students every day, right? So the theory of transformation, you've heard about this theory of change, haven't you? We don't use the theory of change at all because the reason we don't use it is because if you change something, it's so easy for it to change back. It is not a permanent state. Change is not a permanent state. Instead, we use the theory of transformation, right? Transforming people holistically. And when people are transformed holistically, they create better systems and better structures, right? So it's putting the horse in front of the cart. What often happens in the education sector is we're constantly trying to create better systems. The cart is before the horse. And that's why we are never getting the educational outcomes because we're not dealing with the upstream problem. We're not transforming ourselves. Now, this is an uncomfortable truth we're sharing with you now. We would love to spend years changing systems and ignore changing ourselves, right? It is not, it is simple to change ourselves, but it is not easy to do, right? It is not easy to do. So this is educators and students both, right? So it's the cause and effect of transformation. When you transform your life, everything else transforms around you. Now, how many people here are married? Up hands. You're married, right? Okay, cool. I'm married as well. So for the first 10 years of my marriage, I think I'm married like, I don't know, 33 or I lost count. It's somewhere in the mid 30s, right? I'm in real trouble right now with my wife. She knows exactly how many minutes we've been married, right? I don't even know how many years. I lost count, right? This is a problem with guys. I'm constantly in trouble with this one, right? So I spent the first 10 years of my life trying to change something about my wife. I wish she would change this behavior or something about her. And I was constantly telling her, you know, there was particularly one thing that I wanted to change. I spent 10 years on this mission. Do you think I was successful? It was an exercise in pure futility. On the other hand, I only wanted one thing to change my wife. My wife had a list of 10 things that she wanted me to change. So she was on an equal, more passionate mission. I want you to change this, every day, every week, every month for 10 years, right? Did I change any of them? No, right? Because you cannot change somebody else. Who do you have control over? Yourself. So I think I'm kind of stupid, right, to figure this out 10 years into my marriage. I thought I was pretty smart. I realized I'm stupid, right? But I had this epiphany. My God, nothing is happening. Something else has to happen. And I had this epiphany. My goodness, Tony, you're the one that has to change. So without telling my wife anything, I actually started working on some of this stuff, right? And literally within weeks, guess what happened? the stuff that I wanted my wife to change without me saying a single word started to change. And we've been on this for the last 23 or 4 years. We're mature enough and we're still doing it, right? So, you know, the point we're making is that it's the same story with your institutions. The reason they're not changing is that you're not changing. You might have issues with your school heads, right? Or, you know, other faculty, and they might be very frustrating for you. You might have issues with department heads, right, at the ministry or with deans and faculty. And the only way to change this dynamic is change yourself, and you will notice everything else happening. Same story with your students. Oh, they're not learning, they're not engaged. Show up as a better version of yourself as a teacher. They will change. It's as simple as that. Students, what do you think of that? Do you agree with that? Students, too, right? You have to show up as a better version of yourself every day in order to grow and learn, right? I learned this a few years ago. You should write this down because it's not on the slides. It says that when the student is ready, the teacher appears. When the student is ready, the teacher appears. It seems to me that all of the people in the auditorium today are ready. That's why the teacher appears, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be me, right? But you're ready to engage on this kind of input, right? So here's the saying, okay? Here's the amazing saying. Slides, advance the slide. Developing better people, meaning educators and students. Better people create better systems and structures. Better people create better systems and structures. Likewise, great educators, which includes faculty, deans, teachers, school heads, create great educational institutions, right? I was invited to speak in India a few years ago. I work with a lot of educators in India, and I was invited to speak at a national gathering of the Private School Principals Association of India. And when they sent me the material to prep for the conference, I saw their logo and I said, wow, this is some logo. The logo says, better leaders, better schools. Better leaders, better schools. Better leaders means leaders who are transforming themselves, who are showing up as a better version of themselves day in, day out. They create better schools or better educational institutions. Also, people here in Uganda are very concerned about peace, correct? That was stated over here. And there's all kinds of peace programs, peace strategies, and so on. Lots of tactics, lots of, you know, dialogue, enhanced dialogue, and so on. But more fundamentally, if you really want peace, we've got to actually have better people. Better people become better peace builders. Better people become better peace builders. A bad person with all of the strategies of peace building will not bring lasting results, right? Better people become better peace builders. So here we go. This is the full theory of transformation in the education area, right? Putting it all together. Transform educators holistically. Transform ourselves day in, day out. Educators who are transforming themselves, who are showing up as a better version of themselves, they transform institutional culture. They create an amazing culture that's engaging, that's welcoming, that's engaging with other teachers, and especially with parents and families. Students will look forward to come to an institution like this because it's created by transformative educators. And then that culture transforms systems and structures, creating way better systems, way better structures, right? Methodologies, technologies, and so on. We're not starting here and going backwards. This is the flow. And then when these three conditions are met, and they all have to be met, then the students are going to be most likely to be transformed holistically, which is the ultimate goal. Not having more intellect, not having the ability to acquire more knowledge, to be holistically developed, spiritually, morally, their character, their conscience, their ability to relate with people who are different, right? Who are showing up with energy and physical vitality, who are focusing on higher mental cognitive functions, not just the retention of knowledge. This is a game changer, right? This is a key slide here, okay? So what we're sharing here today is giving you the input to reimagine and reinvent a new way forward, right? That's going to produce a, a group of graduates that will actually thrive in our world, okay? So to sum it up, what is the impact of personal transformation? First and foremost, to transform anything around you begins with transforming yourself. Number two, each person has infinite value to and potential to create an extraordinary life full of purpose, meaning, and happiness. Do you agree with that statement? We have unlimited potential. And third, it starts by taking a pause, reflecting to know yourself and understanding your existing ideas, beliefs, values, habits, and mindsets. If they're not good, we need to upgrade them to become better, to become great, right? Do you know who this is? This is Warren Buffett. Perhaps, have you heard about Warren Buffett? He is perhaps the most successful value investor in the history of the world, right? The chairman and CEO of Berkshire Hathaway. So he was at a meeting one time, and people are constantly asking him for stock tips, right? They're constantly asking him, which stock should we invest in, right? So he was getting this series of questions, where should we invest? Because we're in economic winter right now, right? He said this recently. And you know what his answer was? He said, the best investment that you can make right now is in yourself, not in a stock. If you invest in a stock, that stock can crash in 5 years and you will lose your entire investment. It's risky. But if you invest in yourself, something you have direct control over, you are creating new value day in, day out that allows you to thrive in life, in your career. Nobody can take that is an investment that keeps building, right? So it increases effectiveness, productivity increases. It's a value creation engine. We are value creation engines if we keep transforming ourselves, right? So all human dimensions, all the 4 human dimensions require growth, development, and responsibility, right? As I said earlier, if you're not growing in each and every one of these dimensions, you are dying in those dimensions. If you're not growing spiritually and morally with your character, you're dying in this dimension. You're either growing or you're dying. The Creator created us like this, right? We're created, we're designed to grow, not to stay stagnant, okay? That's the design the Creator made, right? Same story with the emotional relational dimension, right? We need to grow our ability to relate well with others, especially with our family, with our spouse, with our parents, with our uncles and aunts, with our children, right? Like that. If there's difficulties here, we have to challenge them and overcome them. Same story here with the physical area, right? We're meant to be healthy. We're meant to exercise. We're meant to not be eating processed foods, right? We need to show up with energy. This requires responsibility, growth and development. Finally, the mental cognitive area requires constant growth and development. If you're not working on this, you will become mentally stagnant. You know what I mean? Especially in this day and age, right? Like that. So this is where there's a huge difference between change and transformation. Now, let me ask you guys a question, right? You know, in January 1st of this year, how many of you made New Year's resolutions? Up hands. How many of you made New Year's resolutions? So maybe you, like most people in the world, they make something called, they say, this year is going to be the year where I'm going to change everything around me, right? You know, this year I failed at them year after year, but this year I'm putting my foot in the ground, I'm putting a stake in the ground. I'm going to be religious, and I'm going to finally put a stake in the ground, and I'm going to start changing myself, right? So everyone wants to change these four areas, right? The spiritual, moral area, the emotional area to do better, physical, mental. Guess what, folks? 3 years into the new year, 80% have already given up on those New Year's resolutions. 80%. This is hard data. By February 1st, it is over 80%, right? Why is that? Because we want to change all these areas, except there is one thing we do not want to change. Do you know what that one thing is? Ourselves. We want to change everything else except ourselves, right? Write that down to make it really solid. We want to change everything else. We desire it. We really are motivated except ourselves. Do you know what? 70%. This is a pop quiz. What is the composition of which dimension do 70% of these New Year's resolutions focus on, of these four dimensions? 70% of New Year's is globally. Which dimension do 70% focus on? Which one? Physical, you're right. So about 50% of people want to change, they want to lose weight because we're eating all this processed food, it's turning into body fat. We are overweight or obese, right? We're not, even if you're skinny, you could be actually unhealthy on the inside with visceral fat around your organs and so on. So people realize, I want to be healthy, I want to lose weight, right? Instead, by February 1st, you put on another 3 pounds, right? Also, the rest of it is also around health. I want to become healthy. I'm going to exercise. How many people said, I'm going to exercise? I'm going to walk. I'm going to go to the gym. And you might have, and you know, like in first week of January with gyms, this is golden week for gyms. They sign up the majority of the people in the entire year in the first 7 weeks of the first 7 days of January, right? And people go. They go for the first week, second week, and then the guys at the gym are calling you by week 3. Hey, you didn't show up at your training. No, I'll show up next week. I'm busy, right? I'm really busy. You don't realize I get the new academic year to get going. And then your trainer calls you up on February 4th. You know, you paid a lot of money. We're here to train. Oh, I know. You know, it's like, do you know how busy I am, right? And it's like, you know, and now we're coming up to January 1st in 2 months. Oh, January 1st, 2024, that is a game changer, right? You know, I thought I was religious before, but I'm going to move into sainthood. I'm going to be a saint. I'm going to be so determined. And then 3 weeks later, we're back to business as usual. In this workshop, I want you guys to get ready. I'm going to give you guys a challenge that's going to be a game changer. Are you guys ready for this? Who wants a challenge? We have to extend the workshop to Friday. Who wants to take on the challenge? Maybe we can extend it to Thursday. Who wants to take on the challenge? I think we might be able to finish tomorrow, right? I'm going to announce this challenge later today, right? And this challenge does not start on January 1st. Starts tomorrow. And you guys are going to have to prep. You're going to have homework tonight to prep for this. It starts tomorrow. You're going to be invited to take on a challenge. And it's a 10-week challenge. That's all, just 10 weeks, right? It starts tomorrow, not January 1st. No procrastinating. That's a bad habit. So I'm glad to see you guys are welcoming this. Hey, Milton, Daniel, what's going on with lunch? Huh? It's ready? Wow. You know, like 2,000 years ago, Jesus said he's coming soon. It looks like he didn't show up yet, but we're hearing all day the lunch is coming soon. And I don't want you guys waiting for 2,000 years for it to show up. Daniel is here, right? Okay, I'm going to hand it over to you now, and we'll finally satisfy this primal drive from our limbic brain. Phil, have a good, healthy lunch, have a good conversation, and you tell us when we should be back and all that.
Thank you. All right. Let's give him applause. So our lunch is ready. Maybe the socket would like to take us through how we are going to have it, and we come back fresh and ready for a new session. All right, so our lunch break is going to take 30 minutes. And we have a colleague who's going to give out coupons. And once you have a coupon, you'll be the one to go first and present it there. So wait until they reach your place or your space. They give you the coupon, go have lunch, then you come back, rather than us going at the same time. And also, as the discussion was going on, we should at least work upon most of these aspects. And one of the aspects he was talking about is how best we can transform ourselves. Starting with ourselves before we wait for the new year. And the challenge he's given us for the next 3 weeks or 6 weeks is to prove ourselves that we can do better. Our session begins at 8, or it began at 8, and even tomorrow it will begin the same time, right? Today the earliest person was Dr. Divine, who traveled from USA, 9,000 miles to Entebbe, 38 kilometers to Kampala, 15 kilometers to Mubs. He was here 8:30, and he's the guest speaker. Pardon? You were the first. All right. All right. So another team member saying he was the first. Okay. So if you have the coupon, you can go and have lunch. But we request tomorrow we make it at least at around 8. Let's create a challenge like that and see how best we can better ourselves. Education leaders, policymakers, let us be here at around 8. Please, whoever is outside, please come in so that we can continue the conversation.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So you guys ready to go for the last stint for today? Okay. So my understanding is that we have to finish by 4:30 so that you guys can get home, correct? Yeah, so we'll finish by 4:30, okay? This session is called The Foundations of Character. It's a key presentation of this workshop. So when we talk about the whole, just to summarize, we talked about the fact we're talking about holistic transformation. And when we say the word holistic, we mean the four primary dimensions: spiritual, moral, emotional, relational, physical vitality, and mental cognitive. That's who we are as human beings. Now, the thing about these four dimensions is that they are dynamic, very, very dynamic. Each one is interrelating with the others. So, for example, the spiritual moral influences our mental cognitive areas, the emotional, the physical vitality. This is the primary one, number one, right? An area that most people ignore because we can't see it, right? But it is vital. This is the realm of character. We'll talk about this later. Also, too, like our physical bodies, our physical body is really a gift. It's precious. We have to take good care of it. We've got to eat healthy, exercise, and so on. And that actually that allows us to have better mental cognitive faculty, right? It allows us to have the energy to do relationships, to engage in familiar relationships, or to come into our classrooms and have the energy to influence the life arc of your students. Now imagine here for a second, right? Supposing I came in here to this conference with low physical energy, and I came in like this. Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing today? I'm going to give a lecture now on the foundations of character. I hope this gets you really excited. Let me start now with my very first point. Do you think that's going to make an impact? Now, I have to show up with energy, right? Vitality. It's a battle, right? I have to get in state. I have to prepare spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically. You've got to show up with energy, right? And that's how we can actually impact our students and our fellow teachers. Now, as we said this morning, right, of these four dimensions, the spiritual moral dimension is without a doubt primary. This is the primary dimension. And in this session, we're going to do a deep dive into this session. When you look in the mirror in the morning, you can't see this dimension. And that's why it's not in our view, right? And something that's not in our view, we kind of put it aside. But this is big time that where all the value creation is being made. This is the realm of character. We've been talking about character for a long time here in Uganda, but in this session, we're going to go into what exactly does this mean and what realm does it belong to, okay? So in the spiritual moral dimension, which is the primary dimension, this is what it constitutes. First and foremost, we all have something called a conscience, right? You cannot see your conscience, but it is there nevertheless. And the conscience points to universal principles and moral laws. And then our character is simply the manifestation of our conscience in the form of habits, actions, and behaviors. So that's a quick overview, and we're going to go into this in a little bit more depth, okay? So some of the expressions of this dimension are personal growth. The more you actually grow your spiritual moral dimension, the more you grow in your personality. It is also the realm of ownership and personal responsibility. Responsibility lies in this dimension, right? Personal responsibility is unique to human beings. Cats, dogs, lions, tigers, zebras don't have something called personal responsibility, right? For example, if you're out in the Serengeti, right, and you come face to face with a hungry lion, that lion is not thinking, oh my God, I shouldn't be eating this human being. If he's hungry, he's going to eat you, right? He does not have something called personal responsibility. Only humans have this. It's also the realm of identity and purpose, and also the realm where we get to make a contribution. This is probably the highest thing we can do in our life is make a contribution, help others, serve others. That's what we're all being called upon in this workshop to do, is make a new level of ownership, taking a new level of ownership, making a new contribution to our young people, to our fellow teachers. If you're, if you're a dean, your faculty, and so on. You get the picture, right? So let's start with where our conscience points to. Let's unpack. What do we mean by universal spiritual principles and moral laws? So we want to get a little bit specific here, okay? So I want to start first and foremost with something we're a lot more familiar with, and that is scientific and natural laws, okay? We're very familiar with those. I'm going to quote from our chairperson, Dr. Yunjin Preston Moon. This is from his keynote address at the 2021 Global Peace Convention. And it says that in recent centuries, we have learned a great deal about our universe, and we sure have, that it had a beginning, it is highly ordered, and functions with mathematical precision. So let me ask you this. This morning, right here in Uganda, around 6:30, what happened? It rained, but no, something else happened. The sun rose, right? Right? And what happens at around 6 p.m.? It goes down, right? So tomorrow morning, what will happen again? So this is a star, our star, right? Is this mathematical precision? This is precise. It happens every day around the same time. It adjusts a little bit. This is an example of how our universe works with mathematical precision. So science itself begins with the assumption of natural laws and principles that are unchanging and absolute. So scientific laws are unchanging and absolute, right? So if you want to test this out for sure, why don't you go to the top of this building after we finish today, right? Maybe out to this edge where there's a very big drop, right? And then why don't you challenge just stepping out from the building about 2 feet, right? And then coming and stepping back again. What do you think is going to happen? You're going to face head on with a natural law. What natural law is that? Gravity. Gravity, right? So you learned about gravity at school, right? So you know this is a thing. So that's why nobody does this, right? You cannot come back. You're just a big blob on the ground. They'll sweep you up, put you in a bucket, and take you to the graveyard, right? Because you didn't learn about gravity in school, right? You were falling asleep that day. Yeah, you fell asleep and you didn't learn about gravity. So this is something you don't want to experience, right? We'll be floating around the room without gravity. So this is a natural law. We come to learn about these natural laws. You can't violate them. You can at your peril. Instead, we can actually align with these natural laws. That's what spurred the incredible scientific and technological revolution of the 20th, and even more so, the exponential technologies of the 21st century. What are these? These are technologies that are aligning with natural scientific laws, right? And if we violate them, we're in real trouble, okay? Now, likewise, right, on the opposite side of the coin, there's also something called moral laws. Moral laws, right? I'm going to continue the quotation here. Just as natural laws exist and govern the world of nature, so too do moral laws that govern the human spirit. Remember, the primary human dimension is our spiritual moral dimension. It's governed by spiritual and moral laws. Continuing the quote, just as we understand that living in harmony with the laws of nature is necessary for sustaining life on the planet, so too is aligning with the moral laws of the universe necessary for finding meaning and fulfillment in life that can be shared by all people. Okay? So, continuing the quote here, I'd suggest you read this speech, right? It's on our website. We need clarity. Humanity needs clarity in the principles, values, and vision which could guide humanity through this impasse in human history. And I like this last piece. It is important that we understand which ideas will lead to peaceful, harmonious future, and which ideas will dissolve social bonds, leading to chaos and anarchy. Right now in our world, we are in a war of ideas, right? In Europe and the US, there is a toxic woke agenda that's causing tremendous confusion all around race and gender, splitting people apart, right? This is this kind of like chaos that's dominating the global north right now, and it's rushing into the global south. So I'm giving you a cautious note here. Stand vigilant not to let this happen. Hold on to your faith and wisdom traditions. Hold on to your family and extended family, right? Hold on to your contribution to the community. Don't let if this woke agenda comes in, it's all over. This is why we are putting our only hope on the global south, right? That you guys can be the new pivot point that can save civilization. This is the responsibility we have. For the first time in human history, we have something called a global civilization. In the past, civilization was regional. So we had the rise and fall of various civilizations over the millennia, right? But now humanity is connected as one global civilization. And we had proof of this recently. What was that proof that we're a global civilization? What happened a few years ago to everyone on the planet Earth? Do you remember? What was it? COVID-19. So COVID-19 started in China. So was that where it actually stopped and it didn't affect anyone else? Uganda got spared from it, correct? No. Every single country in the world, all of humanity got affected with this. People were extremely worried that there would be incredible deaths, right? We already had too many. But people were on high anxiety. Am I going to be alive in the next month, right? Or so, right? Everyone was wearing masks. Everyone was standing on needles. This was proof positive that we are a global civilization. Do you think the war that started on October 7th in the Middle East is not affecting us? The war in the Ukraine is not affecting us? These are two wars going on right now on two opposite ends of the world. It is affecting us, right? And there are people speaking about this war expanding, right? This actually will affect us, okay? Because we are a global civilization, whether we like it or not, we're connected. The question is, what kind of civilization are we going to become? One of chaos or one that thrives? This is the question we're asking. And the realm, the solution for this resides in the spiritual moral dimension that we're talking about. This is serious, right? So in terms of the principles and values and the vision, this is very important. In terms of the vision, right? A vision that's based on our shared heritage, our wisdom, our faith traditions, our family and extended family, and our common identity as one human family is a vision statement that can take us forward, right? To prosperity. And the recognition of fundamental principles that are universally affirmed and expressed in the world's historical, cultural, faith, and wisdom traditions will take us forward. And finally, a consensus on shared values that is necessary for cohesive, peaceful, integrated communities and societies. Okay? So, what are some of these universally recognized principles and moral laws? So I'm going to go through them, and I'm going to ask you a question if you agree with these or not, right? Because we're saying they're universal. So the first one, number one, is that all people, not some people, all people, including the people in this room, including the people of Uganda, all people have intrinsic value. Do you guys agree with this or not? All people have dignity. Do you agree with that? All people have fundamental rights. Do you agree with that? Where do these come from? Do these come from governments? Educational institutions? They come from the Creator. Our value, our dignity, and our fundamental rights emanate from the Creator. Number two, every person has as his highest attribute a spiritual and moral dimension. This is what we're talking about all morning long, that we have a spiritual and moral dimension, and it's the highest of the four dimensions, right? Number three, our human nature finds its fullest expression in the meaning in relationship to others. We are relational beings. So everyone say that out loud. We are relational beings. Beings, yes. You know, the worst punishment that a prison authority can put on a prisoner is what? Solitary confinement, right? So if somebody was put into solitary confinement for 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, that prisoner within one day would wish, like they never wished before, that a mouse would come into their cell. That's all they wish for. Just one single tiny mouse would come into their cell and stay with him for the duration, because he will go insane alone, because we are wired to be relational beings. And you know what's interesting? You know what's crazy, crazy, crazy right now in the modern world with this device here, this one, right? That, you know, that if an alien species came onto the earth, who would think we were born with this from our mother's womb, right? Because this is the profile of people these days, you know. Um, you know, if we so we're relational beings. But the amazing thing is this, right? These relationships are fundamentally nurtured in families, right? So we heard this morning from various people that even though we are currently living in families, and also in our educational institutions, and we've shut off human relations, right? We are shutting down human relationships and replacing them with relationships to a device, right? To all these, like I remember, you know, I remember when the first social media platform came into existence, like about 20 years ago or so. And my daughter, who's now a naturopathic doctor, right? She came to the dinner table one night and she said, you know, hey, Appa, Amma, right? You know, I have 550 friends online. No, she said, I have 550 friends. That's what she said. So I said, really? Like, I only had at most 5 friends when I was her age, right? But she has 550 and she's only 12. Yeah, it's like, that's amazing, isn't it? I said, yeah, that's quite interesting, right? And where are these people? Oh, they're on my social media platform. Really? And you call them your friends? You call them your friends, right? Yeah, they're my friends. They like what I do and all this, right? Okay, then. Supposing you got a serious illness and you're taken to the hospital and you had to stay there for a month, how many of them are going to show up at the hospital every day? You said they're your new friends, right? Not as how many do you think will show up? Not a single one. Who's going to show up? Who's going to show up at the hospital? Your family, right? Your parents, your brothers and sisters. They're the only ones that show up, and maybe a friend or two, right? So, you know, it's kind of like it's the same in our education. So, what I'm saying here, right, is that we're relational beings. We have to amp up relationships that are thriving, that are wonderful. The devices are great. I love my phone, right? But not at the expense of real human relationships, right? That is killing us, actually, right? We are relational beings. Number four, people develop their innate potential through their choices and actions. Freedom and responsibility are intrinsically linked. Okay. So freedom is a gift. Only human beings have freedom and responsibility. These are intrinsically linked, right? This is a universal principle, right? So to kind of put this together a little bit, okay, so our conscience points to this North Star. This North Star are the universal principles and moral laws that give purpose, meaning, relevance for the individual, family, society, nation, and world. And then all we have to do as human beings is real simple, align with our conscience. And then our conscience points to the universal principles and moral laws, right? So this is, I guess, our choice and our responsibility to do that, okay? Let's talk about the conscience next. We talked about the universal principles and values. Now let's talk about the conscience. So only human beings have a conscience. We're the only species that have a conscience. We're special in this regard. The conscience resides in the spiritual moral dimension, right? So the conscience is the human faculty that seeks to discern, right, universal and principles and moral laws. And it requires strengthening and calibration. So sometimes, many times actually, our relationship with the conscience, right, is foggy and vague. That's why it needs to be calibrated. Sometimes we're in a spiritual fog, right? We're not communicating or relating effectively with our conscience. And we need to calibrate and clean that up. That's why it requires regular strengthening and calibration. You do that by reading the truths, right? By setting doing something challenging. We'll give you a 10-week challenge soon, right? To stimulate this kind of growth and development, right? So to make an analogy, right? the conscience is kind of like not any compass. It's kind of like a moral compass. Just like an actual compass always points to magnetic north. Isn't that correct? So if you wanted to go to Western Uganda and you had no idea, there was no Google Maps or anything like this, and all you had was a compass, you think you'll make it there? You will, right? Because the compass points north, and you know, like west is this way and northwest is this way. You can get there, right? It's the same way with our conscience, right? It's pointing us to where we should be going. And all we have to do is align to that. So the conscience, what is the composition of the conscience? The composition of the conscience is truth, righteousness, goodness, and love. So there is a standard to truth. There is a standard to righteousness. There's a standard to goodness. And guess what? There's also a standard to love. Love is not wishy-washy. There's an order to love as well in the family. I could give like a whole 2-day workshop on this piece alone. We're developing a lot of content in this area that we do not have time to get into in this workshop, but we do have it. So again, just to make things more clear here, right? In terms of an analogy, think of the conscience like a compass, right? Think of the universal spiritual principles and moral laws like a North Star, right? And then all we have to do is align with that, right? Align with that. That's our responsibility. That's human responsibility, okay? Something we're not that good at, unfortunately. We've got to become better at this, right? So trusting our conscience, okay? Being in alignment with and trusting our conscience builds character, responsibility, and the courage in developing self-mastery and realizing our full potential, right? So Daniel was speaking here about tomorrow morning and was comparing it to this morning, right? So this morning we started extremely late, right? Because everyone said it was the weather, correct? And everyone said that when there's bad weather, the traffic jams up, right? Okay, then. But you guys know this already. This is not a surprise. So there's something on our smartphone called a weather app, right? So if you, like, for example, for tomorrow, you can look at the weather app and it's hour by hour. If it's going to be raining at 4, 5 in the morning or 6, right? You know this. You know there's going to be traffic jams. You know this program starts at 8:30, right? What are you going to have to do? Come in and make an excuse? Oh, it's the weather. It means exercising personal responsibility, waking up an hour early and to get here, right? What do you guys think? Now listen here, folks. Uganda is aspiring to be a global part of the global economy, correct? Over the next 25 years. Is that true or not? So do you think that you can be part of the global economy on Uganda time, coming 2 hours late to a program? The global economy functions on international time. Write that down. Whether you like it or not, the global economy functions on international time, right? And if we're not in alignment with these international standards, right, you will lose jobs to the Philippines or to Indonesia, right? Or to Kenya for that matter. Do you know what I mean? It's going to happen. You're going to be bypassed. So we have to take responsibility here, have self-mastery. All we're doing is changing bad habits. I've been coming here since 2010. It's the same story. Everyone shows up 2 hours late. If you say there's a meeting starting at 9, everyone knows it's not. No one shows up until 11, right? This is a bad habit. Except teachers and educators. Let's say your class, you have a class, you're a teacher, you start at 9 a.m. What happens if your students show up 5 minutes after 9? Is that going to be tolerated? No. In fact, I was told this morning if students showed up 5 minutes late, they will not be allowed into class. Is that true or not? What about us? We're supposed to be the models, right? We're the leaders, the educators. Does the standard apply to the students, but it doesn't apply to us? This is an international event, right? This happened in Kenya too on Thursday. Everyone showed up on Kenya time, 2 hours late, right? I was here on time. I flew 9,000 miles to get here, right? I'm dealing with jet lag, exhausted, but I'm here on time, right? I'm not saying I'm great or anything like this. It's just working on international standards, right? And we had this conversation in the afternoon. And I said, tomorrow morning, I want everyone here at 8:30, and we're starting on the dot of 9, whether there's only one person in the room. When I came in at 8:30, I was like unbelievably surprised. Guess what? The room was full. It was like raring to go, right? And then we started exactly at 9 a.m. and we're able to get the whole program done. I only could get one presentation done in Kenya on day one. I'm supposed to have done two, right? And we're shortchanged here even, right? So I'm going to ask you this. Tomorrow morning, are you going to show up on Uganda time at 11? Or are you going to show up at 8:30? And two people are going to show up at 8:30 and everyone else is going to show up at 11. Is everyone going to show up at 8:30 or at 11? That's more like it. Well, we'll see. We'll see, Milton. We'll see, right? So this is, all this is a bad habit. We have to change these bad habits, folks. We're the adults. We're supposed to be the models. Change these bad habits. And this is in the workshop, we're challenging ourselves to onboard new habits that will be beneficial to us, right? Like that. So, hey, excuse me here. I'm not here to give you a hard time. I'm just here to encouraging you to achieve your ambitious vision for Uganda, right? As we were talking all about this morning, it's the key in the door is transforming ourselves, having more self-mastery, more self-discipline, not once, but every day, right? So I'm back in the new year here to do 3-day workshops. So it's not enough to show up on time tomorrow. You have to show up in the new year on day one at 8:30, right? Okay. So I'm making a small deal out of this because we're trying to change bad habits here, right? So aligning with our conscience. Do you know who this is? Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., right? He said there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, politic, nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it is right. Let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever heard the voice of your conscience speaking to you? Do what's right. Don't do this. Isn't that correct? What about this morning? Somebody said there's a big problem with corruption here. So when the opportunity to take a bribe shows up, what's going on in your conscience? Don't take it, right? And we violate the relationship with our conscience. Take the bribe, keep moving with the corruption, which is a country killer. I was in, after the last trip here, in the second to last trip, which was our Global Peace Leadership Conference, right, held here in Kampala in 2018. I was invited to go to a huge event in Seattle. It was the annual conference of the Ugandan diaspora. Like 500 people were there. Also, Honorable Mukasa was there, right? And a lot of the government people from the Ugandan government was there, right? Now, this is what's interesting. At 9 o'clock, at 9 a.m., there was two people in the room, myself and the desk officer from the State Department for Uganda. And we were talking to each other, where's the audience, right? So even though this was the United States, it was still Uganda time, right? It was unbelievable, right? And then everyone showed up again at 11 o'clock, right? You know, but that's not the point I want to make. The point person from the State Department, right, for Uganda, the desk officer, he was pointing out about the amazing qualities of Uganda and the Ugandan people. Some of the same things that we've been talking about this morning, starting with the youth population, that it's an asset versus a liability, how Uganda is friendly to foreign investment, right? The natural resources that you have here, the weather. And the list was like, he mentioned 10 different points. And I was like, whoa, this guy is like spot on, right? He is totally right. And then he dropped the anchor, right? And he said, all of this doesn't matter unless you solve the elephant in the room. Here's a pop quiz. What was the elephant in the room? He said all of these qualities are irrelevant unless we solve the elephant in the room. What is the elephant in the room? Time? No, it's not time. What is it? What's the elephant in the room? Corruption. Corruption, right? Corruption is a country. You should write this down. Corruption is a country killer. Nobody is going to invest in, investors will not invest here if there's corruption. Why would they? Milton was telling me yesterday, the roads you have here are filled with potholes because of corruption. There is no foundation. In America, there is like almost a 2-foot foundation of rocks. What they did here is true tarmac on top of clay. There is no foundation, but you paid for a foundation of 2 feet. This went into somebody's pocket, and this goes on all the time. Is this acceptable? You're paying for a real road, and you're getting an imitation of a road, right? Breaking your axle, your car in the process. This is just one example because of corruption. And he said, investors will not invest until this is over, right? This is a spiritual, moral issue, okay? It is not a monetary issue. So we need a new generation that actually, vividly understands that I cannot afford to succumb to a bribe or corruption. It's killing our country, right? So this stuff has to stop, right? Like yesterday. Unless it does, you will not achieve your aspiration, right? And it's not just here in Uganda, it's Africa-wide, right? So the Africa Union in 2013 launched an amazing agenda. It's called Agenda 2063. Are you familiar with it? It's called the Africa we want. So its aspiration is that Africa becomes a powerhouse. Do you think Africa will become a powerhouse if the same level of corruption is on a trajectory to increase more? Nobody's going to invest. This is why we are sparking a new renaissance, an African renaissance, who are with character, people of good character, people of good relationships, right? With sound moral values that will not succumb to this. It doesn't matter how smart you are or what your grades are. The smartest people, the one with all the A's, are the experts at corruption. They know how to manipulate the system. They know where the money flows are. They're super smart. These are the graduates you've produced. And they know how to tap into it and put it into their pocket. This is what we're graduating, guys, right? This is just a moment for us to reflect that, remember I said this morning that character is no longer nice to have. It is essential for you to create the country that you want and the continent that you want, right? Jean-Jacques Rousseau said, reason deceives us, conscience never, okay? So we talked about universal principles and values. We talked about the conscience. Now let's complete the story here. Character. What is character? Character is simply the manifestation of our conscience in the form of habits, behaviors, and actions. So character is not some fluffy saying. We're going into depth in this workshop that character directly links to our conscience, and our conscience points to moral north, right? To the universal principles and moral values. And all of this resides in the spiritual moral dimension, the dimension that most people ignore and that we're growing the least in. We only show up at church on a Sunday for 2 hours, listen to some inspiration, and then we're back to being devils again for the rest of the week. We're saints for 2 hours, then back to the old habits, the old whatever it might be, right? Saints on Sundays, devils for the rest of the week, right? Okay, so standards of character. There is a standard to character, right? As we were talking about earlier on, truthfulness, goodness, righteousness, and love emanating from the conscience. So our character then is to know the good, to know the righteous, to know the truth, right? And know the love and to feel it, which is the realm of the heart. And most importantly, to act on it, to act on these 4 areas through personal responsibility. You can know it all you want, and you can feel it all you want, but if you don't take the final step, which is personal responsibility, and act on it, it is like useless knowing about it, right? You know, we have a lot of people who graduate from our educational institutions, and you know, oftentimes, right, unfortunately, we're producing educated idiots that are not good, that are not of good character, right? That don't know how to solve problems. So this is why we're in an urgent need to remap what we're doing as educators, right? And as families as well, okay? So character comes from the Greek word character, which means to engrave or sharpen. So we sculpt our character by doing the right thing continuously, heading in the right direction. It's an intentional daily effort, right? It's not automatic. It is not automatic. It requires intentionality on a daily basis, okay? And the cultivation of character, as I was saying, is not automatic. It requires freedom and personal responsibility. So, you know, you cannot make anyone do anything. We have no control over anybody, really, right? We can have some influence. Who do we have total control over? Ourselves, right? The more you become a better person, the more you can influence others to be better people, right? We have maximum control over yourself. This is the lesson I learned with my wife. I can't control her, right? I wish I could, but I can't, right? And she can't control me. The only person I can control is myself. And once we both had that epiphany, our relationship has been blossoming ever since, right? You know? So freedom and human rights, I want to actually read this excerpt from the American experiment. From the US Declaration of Independence, it is absolutely profound. It says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights. And among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is what made America great. It's not democracy. Democracy is just a system that's value neutral. Hitler got elected through democracy. Democracy is just a system that can be used by bad people or good people to move a bad or good agenda. It is value neutral. What made America great is this, right? Is this spiritual truth here that's in our Constitution. I believe it's in the Uganda Constitution too, somehow, right? Yeah. Okay, so I want to move on here a little bit. So personal responsibility, living, acting responsibly, builds good character and good habits. So personal responsibility produces good habits, right? We've been talking about this today, right? We're basically a manifestation of our habits, whether they're good or bad. We want to onboard bad habits and off-board bad habits and onboard through personal responsibility good habits, okay? So there's also something else going on here too within us, right? We have three parts that shape our character. So we talked about the conscience. This is you, who you are, your mind, right? Your rational mind, reasoning, thinking, and so on. And we also have impulses that are very real, right? And these impulses are very, very strong. This is the impulse to avoid pain and seek pleasure, okay? So this pain-pleasure principle drives us to immediate gratification versus delayed gratification for a greater joy, meaning, and fulfillment. Let's go back to the New Year's resolutions, right? So most people want to lose weight, right? Get healthy. That means that, you know, instead of eating lots of cakes, drinking lots of alcohol, which just produces body fat, they have to give up the immediate gratification, which just gives you a squirt of dopamine for about 3 minutes, and then you want more of it. It's like a drug, right? For something much greater, for a healthier you, right? 10 weeks, 6 months out, where you will experience much greater pleasure and fulfillment because you've accomplished and achieved something. This goes for all the four dimensions, right? So maybe this is another way to state it, right? So you can have anything you want as long as it is not now. This slide is not in your deck. I'd suggest you take a photo of it or you draw it, right? You can have anything you want as long as it is not now, right? So let's take a look at it. There are two options here, immediate consequences and long-term consequences. So in terms of our habits, if we give into our habits and seek immediate pleasure and seek what's comfortable, the long-term consequences are painful and uncomfortable. For example, if you eat junk food twice a day or 3 times a day, going forward, eating lots of processed food, it is immediately gratifying, right? But then what's the long-term consequences? Diabetes, heart attack and stroke, dementia. This is going to manage your life. It's going to be extremely uncomfortable, right? So we've got to learn how to live with discomfort in the immediate term for a greater comfort later on. The other way is that we, that we understand that sacrificing some immediate gratification might be a little bit painful in the moment. It might be uncomfortable. But in the long term, we're going to actually experience deeper joy, pleasure, fulfillment, and a greater lasting comfort. So delaying the immediate pleasure and gratification for real, long-lasting joy and pleasure. So I'm going to be sharing with you a 10-week challenge to get this into high gear soon, right? So why do we struggle to manifest our character and grow? Why are we not growing? Here's the reason why. You should take a picture of this slide too, right? because we ourselves, our rational mind, we have a weak relationship with our conscience. In other words, the spiritual moral dimension is in the distant foreground where it's not right in front of us where it should be, right? There's a weak relationship, right? And also our impulses for to avoid pain and seek pleasure are out of control. So these are out of control impulses and a weak relationship with our conscience. And these three parts of our personality actually need to be in alignment, right? So bringing these into alignment, right, it simply means aligning to our conscience, to the standard bearer of truth, goodness, righteousness, and love, and then managing our impulses. We have to manage ourselves. You should write that down. We have to manage ourselves. You cannot manage anybody else. We have to manage these impulses, right? So that we can actually grow and develop, okay? So I'm moving through this a little bit fast. So the image of personal growth and educational transformation is our holistic development. We're back to this image, this model, growing our character, which links to our spiritual moral dimension, developing our relationships primarily through the family, which is the emotional relational area, right? Physical vitality and skills, which links to the physical dimension. And finally, the application of knowledge to solve problems, which links to the mental cognitive dimension, okay? So let me illustrate. Remember I said this morning that character is essential versus like to have? Have you heard of Tesla? Who's heard of Tesla? Everyone has heard of Tesla, right? Elon Musk. So Elon Musk, okay, first of all, last year in 2022, Tesla received 3.6 million applications. And they only hired over 28,000 out of those 3.6 million. So in other words, only 1 in 120 applicants were hired. So how many people in the room right now? What's the capacity of this room, Milton? What? Around 200? Okay. So let's say there was 120 people in the room, right? And you all applied to Tesla. Only one of you will get hired. In spite of all the academic credentials you have, right? Only one of you will be hired. It's hard. reputation, by the way. I thought he did, that he had some secret, they sent some spy into our office and stole the PowerPoints, right? Because that's all I can think of, right? But what he did was he mapped it to this model. And in fact, he put a premium, right? They put a premium on purpose. So this is now called the Purpose University, right? And in fact, when the president of the university visits his 31 different campuses and meets with the students, he said, when I visit them, his students introduces themselves to him this way. I'll use Milton as an example. My name is Milton. My character strengths are generosity. And my purpose in life is to live for the greater good. So my name, my character strengths are, and my purpose of life is, right? That's how they greet themselves to the president. Now, imagine your school or this university here. Wouldn't it be amazing that if I traveled around and talked to your students and they said, my name is John, my character strengths are, and my purpose of life is, and then they ask, oh yeah, where did you come from? But they start this way. Wouldn't that be, what do you think? Wouldn't that be an amazing student population? Do you think you can create that here in Uganda? You'll do it? So Milton will do it, but nobody else. What do you guys think? You'll do it, right? Yeah, we can learn from these other models and we can make this even better, right? I'm expecting Uganda to be the model, right? Not just one university, but all of them, right? Oh yeah, good. So tell me, yeah, here we are. Yeah, good job, guys. Give a little round of applause to the technology team over there. They're solving problems. This morning, the top part of the slide was missing. They didn't even know about it. I said, guys, the top of the slides are missing. You need to recalibrate. And instead of staring at me like a deer facing headlights, they got to work. They solved the problem. Give them another round of applause, our technology team. Hey, guys, good job over there. Okay. So character is more foundational than talent. It is more foundational than talent. So I'm going to give you an example, right? Do you know who this is? This is Diego Maradona, right? He was the captain of the Argentinian team. He was, at the time in the 80s, he was the most talented soccer star on planet Earth, right? Incredibly skillful. In the 1986 World Cup between Argentina and England in the quarterfinals, he scored 2 goals that went down in history, right? They came back from the second half, 0-0, and then the ball came into the line of the goal. He stood up and hammered it into the net with his fist, right? The referee was on this side. He didn't catch it, but everyone else saw it, including the spectators. And then, do you know what he did? He camouflaged it. He rounded up within a microsecond. He rounded up his team, lifted them up, cheering, right? And the referee allowed it. He thought it was a legitimate goal, right? He cheated. And in fact, England lost the game, right? Then Argentina, with this cheat under their belt, went on to win the semifinal with talent and the final by cheating. So what was really remarkable, here's the most remarkable thing. 5 minutes later, right, he scored a goal literally 5 minutes later, which was called the goal of the century. He made an incredible dash from the side of the opposition, weaved through all the defense, and scored a remarkable goal. There's been nothing like it in soccer history. They called it the goal of the century. Which goal is he ever going to be remembered for? The hand, it's a misnomer. It's a misnomer. It should be the hand of Satan, not the hand of God. God has nothing to do with it. It's the hand of Satan, right? That should be the right name of it, right? We have to rename this to what it should be, right? It's not, God had nothing to do with it. God is a spiritual, moral entity, right? The creator. This is another entity, right? Yeah. So this was a breach of character. And this is what the guy is going to be remembered for. Nobody wants to be like this guy, right? Here's another example of unbelievable talent. This is Lance Armstrong, right? The cyclist, right? So Lance Armstrong, early in his career, had contracted cancer, and he made the most remarkable recovery from cancer. It was like unprecedented. It's history making, right? The guy should be dead, but he recovered. He fought back. And in the process, he developed a motto. Do you know what the motto was? Win at all costs. That motto went on to ruin his career, because then he went into cycling, he ramped it up, and he won 7 Tour de France tournaments. This is the highest, echelon that you can achieve in cycling. It is a grueling cycling route over the mountains in France, right? And then he was sponsored by the U.S. Postal Service. Then in 20, he was then it was discovered that he actually was taking high performance drugs, right, and steroids and so on. And then he was later stripped of all 7 titles. And in 2012, the United States Anti-Drug Agency named him the ringleader of the most sophisticated, professionalized, and successful program that any sport has ever seen, right? And in fact, his foundation, which was he raised $500 million for cancer. It was called the Lance Armstrong Foundation. His name was wrecked. He later had to change it to the Livestrong Foundation, and no parent wants their kid to emulate this person, right? The same with Diego Maradona. This is another sports person that's very different. His name is John Wooden, an American basketball player and head coach at the University of California at Los Angeles. I really love this quote. He said, "Be more concerned with your character than your reputation." Be more concerned with your character than your reputation, because your character is what you are. That is what defines you, while your reputation is merely what others think you are. Your character is what you are, right? And he lived up to that. He's a model in that one. So we've been talking a lot about today that there's standards, right, to truth, righteousness, goodness, and love. And there's also standards of character. So it's not just wishy-washy, and there's a scale we can evaluate ourselves. How is our character? We can answer that question. It's something you can do as homework. Is our character poor, fair, good? Is it maybe great, right? So we need to be aiming for good and striving for great here, right? And great is the only permanent state. Once we transition into great, we're not going back. And this takes work. It requires onboarding bad habits and boarding new habits. Do you recognize these personalities here? Right. Adolf Hitler, right? Mao Zedong and Joseph Stalin. These 3 people, this trinity, killed more people in the 20th century than any other trio. Killed, right? Annihilated. Millions and millions and millions. So now that we can look in retrospect, how would you rate their character on this scale, these 3 people? Huh? I think there's a category that's more deserving of these 3 people that's beyond bad. It's super bad. Super bad. They belong to a category that's not on the scale. Super bad, right? You look at these other three, you know who they are? Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., right? Did they kill anyone? No, they saved people through nonviolence, all of them, right? They liberated whole countries, India, right? They, South Africa got victory over apartheid. In America, through nonviolence, made major strides, right, to allow black people, right, African Americans to vote and have a voice and have real human dignity, all through not firing a shot, right, through nonviolence, right? So let's aim to be great, okay? Character is also more foundational than skills. So skills like creativity, we promote these skills, right? But let's just pause for a second. Let's look at these skills for a second for what they are. Creativity, resilience, communication, collaboration, problem solving, being entrepreneurial. You know, I was very happy that after 2000, right, in educational conferences and so on, there was something happened in the education sector that started to put an emphasis on these specific skills, right? There was a recognition that this stuff is important, right? And they actually called it something, it got a name. They called it 21st century skills. But these skills have been around forever. That was a misnomer, right? It is not 21st century skills, right? They've always been around. Hey, let me ask you this. We talked about the Egyptians building the pyramids. Do you think the Egyptians were creative? Do you think they were resilient to build those pyramids? Do you think they had good communication? Do you think they were collaborative? Do you think they were problem solvers? Do you think they were entrepreneurial? They were like super entrepreneurial, right? Here's the thing, right? These skills are value neutral. Let me ask you this question. Let's take a look at Hitler. Do you think Hitler was creative? One of the most creative people ever, right? Do you think he was resilient? He wanted to create a 1,000-year Reich, right? Do you think he had good communication skills? This guy was unbelievably charismatic, right? What about collaboration? He took over all of Europe, right? Do you think he was a problem solver like nobody else? And do you think he was entrepreneurial? So what do you think now? Are these like amazing things or are they value neutral? These are value neutral, right? They're not an end in itself. A bad person can use these skills for the great benefit of humanity, and a good person, a person of character, values, and skills can use them for a very good purpose, right? This is the point we're making here, that character is no longer nice to have. It is essential, right? And we have to really understand these competencies, these skills for what they are. They are not supreme. They're value neutral. They can be used for a good purpose or a bad purpose, right? And character and values also are way, way more central in terms of the application of knowledge, right? Especially today with AI and so on, we have to be vigilant, right, in solving these problems. So let's take a look at technology, digital skills, and AI, right? So we did a lot of research on this one, right? So I just want to read this statement here. If the creation of a new technology like a smartphone, chat GPT, social media, artificial intelligence, or robotics has good or bad effects, it is due to its utilization by good or bad people. Okay? We're in an era of exponential technologies that can scale a very, very good idea that benefits humanity, or it can scale a very bad idea that can be that can be destructive to humanity, right? So it's not the technology, it's the people. That's why the whole education sector is off kilter right now with all the conferences in 2022 highlighting AI. And these conferences completely miss the point that this is the magic bullet that will solve all our problems and not addressing the real drivers, which is people, right? They're missing the point. Only in this conference, in this workshop, you're learning the truth, right? And what we really need to be focusing on, okay? So character is foundational. So in today's world, less orientation comes to you from the outside and more needs to come from yourself. And Andreas Scheichler, a friend of mine, he's the director of Education and Skills at the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. We had him on our conferences many, many, many times. And he said that learning is no longer about teaching something, but helping you build a reliable moral compass. Remember, we're talking about that compass, right? A reliable moral compass to help you find your way through this complex, volatile, and ambiguous world. Remember that hill, the road that's going over the hills? The future is volatile, right? Like that, okay? So then this is Ed Catmull over here on the list. Have you guys heard of a company called Pixar? The digital animation company that revolutionized animation. Have you seen a movie called Toy Story, for example, or Cars? Have you seen any digital animation ever? Do you have TVs here in Uganda? Have you seen digital animation movies? Even one in your life, right? They're all over the place nowadays. So Pixar is the company that revolutionized 2D animation, which is drawings, into digital animation, right? It was founded by Steve Catmull and Steve Jobs, Ed Catmull and Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple. And Ed Catmull wrote a book called Creativity, Inc. I read the book, right? And this was an incredible story about the creativity of this team, right? They were unbelievably entrepreneurial, creative. But then I got to the third last page on the book. The book is like 250 pages. I'm literally on the third last page. And Ed Catmull was saying that he was at an event one time and he received a question from the audience. And the question is, people were very curious. They said, what is the difference that made the difference at Pixar? What is the difference? They wanted to get the code, right? What is the difference that made the difference at Pixar? And I just got to the end of that sentence, and I was like 100% convinced that he would say the creativity of the founding members. No, he said it was the character of the founding members. The character of the founding members. Because he knows that creativity is value neutral. It is the values, the character, the principles and values that drive creativity to create these amazing, right, entertainment, right, with good stories and so on and so forth that made that made all the difference, right? So okay, so I want to address something. We're kind of coming into the last section of the day here. If you bear with me for a little bit longer, if you don't mind. Are you guys okay with that? Okay, so I want to talk about the agenda, why we're gathered here around today. So our agenda is transforming education. And actually, I'm going to change this. It's transforming educators and students in the global south towards 2050, right? And we talked a lot about it already, right? So this is a vision to create a renaissance in education by transforming educators and students who are the genuine catalysts, right, for better societies, systems, and so on. Okay. So what I want to do now is send out an invitation to all of you. So this is a campaign that we have already pre-launched, right? We actually pre-launched it in the Philippines recently. We pre-launched it in Kenya last week, and we're pre-launching it here in Uganda today. And I want to put out an invitation, right, to all of you here to be launch partners of this new campaign. The content of this campaign is what we've been talking about all day today, right? Manifesting this new purpose of education based on character, relationships, physical vitality and skills, and the application of knowledge, right? And the holistic development of people spiritually, emotionally, physically, and mentally, right? And we already have almost completed the concept paper. The content of the concept paper is this content. That's what it is. It's nothing different. It is this content, but it will be in written form by the end of this coming week, right? So we're inviting you here today to be launch partners. This is a historic invitation that you can be one of the founding members of this new global campaign in the Global South that we're formally going to launch during the upcoming Global Peace Convention, which will be in Manila, the Philippines, from December 10th to the 14th. Our goal is to have 300 launch partners by then, and we're going to have a massive media event, and we want to highlight Ugandan educators are one of the founding members here, right? If you want. So go to can you get this up? Point your phones to this QR code, and here's the link here in case it doesn't work. And now I'm going to give you 5 minutes to fill out the form. It's real simple. Your name, your email, your phone, all of your credit card information. That's a joke. That's a joke, okay? And your title, and your organization. Don't forget your county and country. We're going to have 3 launch countries: Uganda, Kenya, and the Philippines, right? In the entire global south, these 3 countries, this is invitation only. It is not out on social media. This is invitation only. Only people that have been through this workshop are being invited, because they understand that's why you're invited to be a historical launch partner. We're going to have thousands of people signed on to this by June of next year when we have the Global Peace Leadership Conference here. But you get to be the founding members, okay? What do you guys think about that? So to be a founding member, there's a $10,000 fee associated with that. That's a joke. However, that is the value. If I had to put a monetary value on it, right? If we were deadly serious, you would be paying $1,000 to have the privilege to be a founding member. But I know you're in economic hardship here in Uganda, so I can't ask that, right? Yet, right? Yet, okay? But maybe when you become like a top global economy, you can pay me in a couple of years, right? Right, in arrears, okay? Okay. So I'll just pause here, take 5 minutes, and then go online. And Milton, can you go around and make sure they got the QR code, they can see the form? You guys got the form? Are you having difficulty? Who's having difficulty? Prabhan, you guys help these guys, okay? You can WhatsApp the link even here. You have their WhatsApp and emails, right, through registration? So help them out. Hey, all the staff, help out the people here, guys, okay? Nimrod, did he have it? What? They've done it. Okay. So there's 3 categories, right? You can click, I'm interested to be a launch partner, I'm interested to be a launch supporter, or I'm interested to be a launch delegate. There are 3 levels. Those of you who click, I want to be a launch partner, means that you want to take more ownership over it, right? To work together with these other stakeholders in the world to move this agenda forward, right? And we'll get back to you. Those of you who want to be a launch supporter, that's fine. It means you're still thinking, you support it, but you're not ready to partner full on yet. And then the next level is to be a delegate. Hey, I definitely think this is good. I definitely want to be involved. I don't want to miss out on this opportunity, right? So the partner is the highest level. The supporter is the mid-level. And then the delegate is kind of like your entry level, right? Like that, okay? So at least to get started, right? And then we'll get back to you once we launch the full campaign, and we can give you another link to upload logos. There's also a statement that you can make as well, right? So you can make a brief statement like, hey, I'm really excited about this, right? I'm not telling you what to write. Okay. All right, cool. So Milton, tell me when they've done this. Just, are we done? Not yet. Still filling. We'll give a few more minutes.
But I think you can even use some other person's phone. If your phone is down. Professor, you're done? What we're doing, Professor is down. You can help her. She has finished. Oh, good. All the professors are up to date also.
Oh, good.
They are done.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll continue, and as I'm continuing, you can just finish off the form online, okay? So, hey guys, congratulations. You just became launch partners or supporters or delegates of this new this will be big. The whole global south, but you're the founding members, okay? This will be a privilege you'll talk to your grandchildren about, okay? Right. Okay, so now getting started with the 10-week challenge. Guys, are you ready for the 10-week challenge? Okay. 2 people are ready, and what about the rest of you? Are you guys ready for the 10-week challenge? Okay, everyone stand up. I'm going to invite you. This is invitation. You're invited to participate in an incredible 10-week challenge to transform yourself, to get the journey of your own transformation going for real. Very doable. Who's ready to take it on?
We are ready.
I'm going to do it with you, okay? I will do it with you, all right? So sit down. We're calling this the life of your dreams, 10-week transformation challenge. This is all about you showing up as a better version of yourself tomorrow than you did today. This challenge starts tomorrow, right? So the start date is tomorrow, which is a Tuesday, right? And you may say, Tony, what are you talking about here? We always start stuff on Mondays, right? Nobody starts something on a Tuesday. Guys, we're starting tomorrow. It's Tuesday. All right, accept it. Tomorrow is day 1. Today is prep, right? The goal here is the purpose is to becoming the new you, what you were always meant to be, the better version of you. Who wants to be a better version of themselves? Yeah. And there will never be an ideal time to start. So why is it a 10-week challenge and not like a 10-day challenge? Why is it not a 5-week challenge?
Could anyone answer the question? Why is it a 10-week challenge? Sorry? Yes, correct. Habits. It takes 10, this is what the research tells us. It takes 10 weeks to onboard a new habit and offboard bad habits, right? Like showing up on time, for example, right? And many, many other things, okay, for that matter. If you work on it daily, write that down. It takes 10 weeks to onboard a new habit if you work on it daily. It's not work on it Monday through Friday and you're off Saturday and Sunday. No, this is 7 days a week, okay? So this is what I want you to do. I want to visualize what you want and why you want in each of the 4 dimensions, right? And all I want you to do is pick one key, one area of the spiritual moral dimension that you want to grow in over the next 10 weeks. Don't pick 7 things. You will never do them. This is you getting started. Just pick one thing that you want to actually develop. It might be, okay, I want more clarity on the content that we're talking about here, right? Number 2, work on one thing in your mental cognitive area. It could be, I want to put better inputs into my old brain here versus watching 8 hours of TV, okay? I'm going to read a good book like Creativity Inc. or something, right? Or Atomic Habits, which is another great book. I'm going to put, you know, in computers, there was a saying when computers first came online, garbage in, garbage out. It's the same with us. Garbage into the mind, garbage out. Let's put good inputs in there, right? Just one thing maybe. The emotional relational area. What is one thing I want to work on here, particularly with your family? Maybe I didn't appreciate my son or daughter or my spouse in the last 15 years. So I'm going to express a little appreciation, right? I'm going to say thank you for doing all the things you do, right? Whatever it may be, you just pick one thing and work on it, master it. And the physical vitality area, pick one thing that to help you to grow to be a healthier person. It might be, hey, I'm going to cut out processed foods, which are killing people, right? I'm going to replace them with protein, vegetables, salad, and the amazing fruits you have here in Uganda, right? I've been tasting your fruits. I think I want to stay here. I've eaten fruits in America. They don't even compete, right? They do not compete. This is like eating ice cream, but better, right? So you got the goal. Don't pick 5 or 6 areas in each of these. You'll get overwhelmed. We want you just to pick one in all 4 dimensions. Is that clear? Okay, next. For each area, and we gave you a template. They've got it, right? The template you've been given, the instructions are to map out what you want to achieve in these 4 areas over the next year. I want to change something here. Just take out replace the next year with the next 10 weeks, okay? All right? So this challenge will end for you in the middle of January, right? It'll be all of November, all of December, and the first 2 weeks of January, right? So you always start, this is the order. You start with the what. What do you want? Why do you want it? And then you figure out the how. Most people start with the how, and they do not articulate what and why in each of the 4 dimensions. And then once you make this decision, this is your homework tonight, you've got to back it up with massive personal responsibility. It will not happen unless you take action, right? And specifically personal responsibility, right? This is simple. This is not complicated. This is not brain surgery. It is simple, but I'm giving you a heads up. It is not easy to do. It is simple and straight, but changing yourself is not easy. That's why 80% of people fail every year. They want to change some dimension, except they don't want to change me, right? This is what we have to, this is what we're challenging here, right? So tomorrow, there are going to be 2 trains leaving this auditorium. Both of them are heading north, right? We're talking about the North Star, right? So that's why we're using north. All of this is all aligned, by the way, right? There's an express train and a regular train. The express train is for those of you in the room who want to really, you're enlightened by this workshop and you want to accelerate your transformation. So you're going to get, I want to achieve these goals as fast as I can. You're going to be on the express train to transform yourself. And then others, you may not be ready for this yet, but you're definitely ready to go, right? And you're going to move at a slightly slower pace, right? So at least you're getting started, at least you're getting traction in the right direction, right? I have to give credit to somebody I very much admire, Jared Moran, the founder of Body Slims, who came up with this analogy. There's another train heading south, going deeper into our old selves, deeper into the conventional 300-year-old conventional education system, right? And there might be some people in the room who lack confidence or feel, there's no way I can change myself. I'm 48 years of age. I've been this way my whole life. I'm too old to do this, right? I'm just going to chill and go on with business as usual, right? Do you know what that is? That's called a limiting belief. A limiting belief. Limiting beliefs stop us from growing and developing. We tell ourselves this bad story all the time. I'm not experienced enough. I'm not, fit enough. I'm not old enough. I'm not young enough. It's ridiculous. It's limiting beliefs. We got to onboard these limiting beliefs because it's preventing us from exercising our full potential, right? So there is hope here, however, right? Maybe like a week or 2 in, as you're communicating with your friends here in the room and they're all like growing and developing, you may realize, oh my God, these buddies of mine who I know for a long time, they're transforming themselves. I must be a total fool for not getting started. So I'm getting off this cargo train heading south. I'm going to get on one of the trains going north, the express train. I'm going to get with them. I'm going to join them, right? So there is hope for you too, right? Okay. All right. So now there is another element to this challenge. Now, guys, relax. Okay. Chill. Don't get too excited. Don't get a heart attack here, right? Because here's another element to this challenge. Those of you on the express train, I want you to walk 60 minutes a day, 7 days a week for the next 10 weeks. Now, did he say walk 60 minutes a day continuously, not 20 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes in the afternoon, and then you're going grocery shopping and you're counting your steps? No, it's a continuous walk, right? Tony, do you realize what time I have to get up in the morning to get into work? And by the time I get home with the traffic, right? I don't have any time to do this. That's a limiting belief. You've just stopped yourself in traction here. Okay, so I came to Kenya last week, right? Daniel Juma, the director over there, said on the first morning, Tony, I need to pick you up at 6 a.m. because we got an invitation from the First Lady to go to the State House, right? And I said, wow, Daniel, that's great, right? But I'm on this challenge. The only time I had to do the walk, I had to get up at 4 a.m. and I'm absolutely upside down with jet lag, right? But I made this a personal priority. I went out in the pitch dark and walked for an hour until 5, came back, showered, got a cup of coffee, and got picked up at 6 a.m. to go to the State House, right? So, you know, if something is a priority, you will make it happen. Whether it's raining, oh, it's raining today. I'm not, you don't walk in the rain. You do. I brought rain gear with me. I have it in my luggage, and it was raining in the mornings here, right? I'm ready for it. I put on my rain gear and I do my walk. I come back. I walk for an hour, right? This is what it takes, guys, right? This is how we grow and develop. I'm not boasting here at all, right? So it's not Monday through Friday. It's not Saturday and Sunday. It's not 20 minutes here and 20 minutes there. It is a continuous walk. Those on the regular train, I want you to walk for 30 minutes. Now, everyone, I'm looking at you here. The eyes are swirling. You're all struggling. You know, that's nice. That's nice to hear, but you know, there's no way am I doing that, right? Is that what you're thinking? Are you going to do it? This is called a challenge. You know, our ancestors, and especially your ancestors, we were created to walk. We were hunter-gatherers, right? Correct? We hunted herds. Your ancestors, my ancestors too, right? We are hunter-gatherers. Do you know the speed of a herd? It is 4 miles an hour. So we walked 4 miles an hour for hours on end, right? Because our survival depended on it. If we didn't, we would die from hunger, right? We're designed to walk. The Creator designed us to walk. The modern world has conditioned us to sit on our butts all day long, right? And we're missing out on physical vitality, on reaching our full potential. But we are created to walk. That's what these things are. They're called legs, right? Even today, when I said stand up, oh, you mean I have to stand up? Yes, you have to stand up, right? You know, when we got 2 legs, stand up, right? So now in the walk, there's another set of little instructions here. For the first 5 minutes of the walk, I want you to reflect and articulate all the things you are grateful for. We need to amp up gratitude. Most people focus on all the things they don't have. Oh, this person has a nice house. I don't. Oh, this person has a nice SUV, but poor me, I don't, right? Oh, this person has a 65-inch LCD, but I only got a 30-inch, and it's barely operating, right? So we're great at actually articulating all the things we don't have, but when you focus on gratitude, it fills your body with endorphins, dopamine, norepinephrine, right? That, you know, the things we do have, like, for example, our family. I do this, right? I'm thankful to our Creator. I'm thankful for my wife. I'm thankful for my 4 children. I'm thankful for my 3 grandchildren. I'm thankful that I can actually walk. I could be in a wheelchair. There's some day that I might not be able to walk. I'm grateful I can walk, and on, right? Like that. The second 5 minutes is to visualize what you want in each one of the 4 dimensions and why you want it, and make it a movie in your mind. The more vivid you can make it, the better, right? Our ancient ancestors, what did they do in the caves? Did they write on the caves, or they drew? They drew pictures, right? They drew pictures. So make it a movie, make it a picture, right? Make it vivid. And that's what's going to get you up in the morning and move it there. I want to be the weight and size I was when I was 18 to 21, right? Why don't you stand up? How are you when you were between 18 and 21? Were you full of energy and vitality?
Yeah, of course.
Would you love to get back to that?
I want to.
No. I will get back to that.
I'm getting back to that.
Was right? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I was just told by Richard here that we have to make this walk 2 hours. No, that's a joke, right? No, he's just telling us we have to end, right? And the rest of the time, you kind of reflect. I'm almost done here. Just give me another minute, right? This is how you walk, right? Shoulders, hips locked in alignment, not like this. Not like this, right? And then hands not. Help me with the microphone here. You follow me around. I'm over here. Just keep the mic. Not your hands like this, but like this. So you walk. I'll walk across here. This is how you should walk, like this. Not like this. Like this. Up the stairs. Down again, like this, right? You guys do it. Stand in place. Walk around the room. Walk here. Walk. It's the right way, like this. Go ahead. Hands up, shoulders, straight posture. There we go. There we go. Elbows up. Elbows up. Your hands should meet your cheeks, right? There we go. This is really cool. Good, 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 good. Straight posture, looking straight ahead. Breathing in through your nose, ideally out through your nose, if necessary, out through your mouth. You guys got it. So I'm going to be walking around Uganda for the next few days. If I see someone coming to me like this, I know they were in the Transforming Education program, right? Yeah. Okay. The final thing. Okay. Right. Every day, 7 days a week. Final thing, right? The final thing, and then we're done for today. So the final thing is an accountability partner. 2 accountability partners. The first accountability partner is somebody in this room that you will text every Tuesday and give them an update on how you're doing. And also pick somebody from your family or a friend. So each person has two accountability partners. I'm going to ask you all to stand up right now. Stand up. Everybody in the room, stand up. Right? Now look around the room and put your eyes on every single person in the room. Don't miss anybody, right? Don't miss anybody. All GPF staff are included in this challenge. Milton, do you hear me? Nobody, we're supposed to be the models, right? Now, you walk up to a person that you want to be your accountability partner. Go ahead. Right now, walk to the person you want to be your accountability partner. All right. Keep going. Go to someone you want to be your accountability partner. Yeah, shake hands, hug them. And now, I want you to now get out your notebook or your little smartphone that you were born with, that you came out of your mother's womb with, it looks like, and you exchange your email and your WhatsApp number, right? Do that right now. Exchange your contact information. This is the person you're going to email or you're going to most likely text, right? So now get that contact information, the phone number. Also get the person's name, their name, right? Their first and last name, their phone number, and their email, okay? All right. And those who come tomorrow, you catch them up, Milton, right? Yeah. We'll catch them up, okay? Okay. So good. So so with your accountability partner, this is just to keep you motivated. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you what, Milton, do you know what we did with the group in Kenya? We actually made a WhatsApp group with the entire group. There was like 54 of us, And we're all doing the challenge. And we're texting each other every day. Oh, I did the 1 hour walk, right? And I started the 30-minute walk, right? Like this, right? So we can make a WhatsApp group with the whole group and we can keep ourselves motivated, right? So check in every week on Tuesday with a text, email, or call. How are you doing? And then the last thing I want to say, right, is invest 100%. Don't invest 60%. This is easier to do if you invest 100%, right? And really surrender to win, right? And you know, it's like exit the debating society that goes along in your mind with these limiting beliefs, right? And this is a Kickstarter of transforming education in the global South by everyone in this room starting the journey of personal transformation. This is making it real. Otherwise, you go back with lots of ideas and they'll be forgotten about in about 24 hours. But this locks it in. I am doing this myself. I'm not doing something I'm not asking that I wouldn't be doing myself, guys, okay? So I'm going to be, when I leave here, I'm going to be doing my 1 hour walk as soon as I leave here. So you might see me doing this, right? Okay. So that's it for today. So tomorrow morning, what time are we all going to be here, Milton?
8:30.
Let's see.
International time. Please, hand of applause to Dr. Tony Devine. It has been an amazing engagement, not just but transformation. Do you feel the transformation? Internally, it begins with us. Because when they say walk like this, I felt the lungs want to get out of my body. But it has to be practiced. Thank you, Dr. Tony Devine. This is the introduction of everything. Tomorrow is the big meal. Tomorrow is the what? The big meal. So we thank you once again. Give him a hand of applause. The biggest and biggest and the biggest. We thank you, Doctor. We thank you so much. So colleagues, of course, we have to end here. The registration. Okay. Oh, the QR code, the members are asking that you put it back so that those that missed can be able to, please put it back. Put it back. Thank you. So we are going home. The things we did not handle today, we will handle them tomorrow. Are we okay with it? So come back early means we will handle the things we have not handled today. Like we had the presentation of Professor Moses, the principal for Makerere University Business School. So we will request him to actually present tomorrow. We have teachers who want to share best practices in schools and share with us the assessment protocols, the new outcomes based on the models they have been really implementing for several years. But lastly, very important, is that Dr. Tony Devine will handle the last two presentations, which now go into details of the real transformation of education. So Honorable Muruli has just texted me. He will be here with us tomorrow. He has briefed the cabinet today in the morning. Please, let's give him a hand of applause. He's really working. So these live streams and all that, they reach themselves to the cabinet. So we are not here just jokers or what, we have to do things that are really practical. So lastly, yes, ma'am. Yes, you're going to speak. Oh, okay. Oh, an award. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, please. So I want to end here. Please come tomorrow at 8:30. At 8. How many say we'll reach here at 8:30 without excuses, it rained, the thunder, manyawati? Professor, you are not going to come, Professor. Oh, I am not seeing your hands. Professor, thank you. Please clap for yourselves. Thank you so much. Let us now give a hand of applause to our brother who represented the Minister of Education. Let him come and give us the last statement, and he closes and you pray for us. Please, you're welcome, sir. The program, we have already finished that. It's okay. Mr. Mugumi? Okay, let me give you, then you will invite him, right? Okay. We have just received a note from the PS, Ministry of Education. She actually has requested for one-to-one meeting with us on Wednesday. She's following the meeting right here, but we have only 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. Just to pass information that all the key officers are following and have been communicating with us on this program, and I think we should see more attendance tomorrow. The director Des will be attending tomorrow and giving a panel discussion with others if they do make it. Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize Mr. Mugume Stanley, head teacher of Chambo College School. I couldn't miss to do that because he's my boss. I am a staff in the Chambo College School. He's director of studies, but he is also an alumnus of Global Peace Foundation. So he's very familiar with this program and he couldn't miss. Thank you, sir, Zay, for what you've done and the team that have come with him. We also want to recognize different TVs that were here, Bukede, KTV, so many of them. Because of the time, I won't be able to mention all of them. UBC, Star TV, and many radio stations, BBS, the whole array of media were here, and I hope they'll be able to continue with us tomorrow. Just before we depart, we request that we shall have a photo moment outside here after remarks from Mr. Dung. Mr. Dungu is part of Global Peace Foundation. He's participated in our workshops, giving talks, and he's a very innovative person himself. So with that, allow us to welcome him. Mr. Dungu, please kindly say a word, and then we close. Madam Regis, thank you so much for the first day, for hosting us very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. This morning when I came in, I came in to simply probably do one thing to represent my PS. And I made up my mind at the time that I'll be here half a day. And but I have already made up my mind to stay the whole day and to come back tomorrow. So that is how good this has been. And it's so good to us at this time when we've rolled out the new curriculum. Of course, the system is in place, the curriculum is in place, the textbooks are in place, and the training of the teachers is ongoing. But probably what we've not done very well is to let the teachers know that it is about them. It's about them. If them do not change, even if we train them. So I'd like to urge my friends from NCDC that we really need to let the teachers know it's about them. It's them. And once the teachers change, then everything will change. The models of change, you've given us transformation models, including the what, why, and how are clear. And I'm sure the participants here, when they take in all that, they would definitely be able to do better in the workplace. The last challenge, I wanted to find out, instead of walking, if I'm running, is it still 1 hour? Is there a chance to run, or it must be walk? It can be a run. The run, you choose. But does it have to be now 1 hour, or it? Aha. So when you choose to run, you run for 1 hour. Run, walk. Okay. So, Professor, I must say it's been a wonderful day, for all of us. And you know, I was telling someone this afternoon that I'm in charge of secondary schools in West Nile and Acholi. And when people ask me, I tell them my home is in Koboko. You know, you must love it for you to change the situation. You must be fully in. So I would like to encourage all the participants here that let's get in. Let's get in, because it's only when we are that change will we be able to change the rest of our colleagues. We thank you, Professor, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Muslim team, the Muslim community.
Members, once again, good evening. We want to thank the presenters of the day. We may not have the prayers as we had earlier on organized because there's a class coming in immediately after this. May I request that we all rise and we have a closing prayer. Gracious and loving Father in heaven, the creator of the heavens and earth, our God, our creator and our savior, we want to give you praise and honor for the gift of life. We want to worship your name for the knowledge that we have received unto this very day. We know that through you, this knowledge can reflect a total transformation in our lives, that we can be change agents beginning from ourselves and also to many in whom we have many contacts. We pray, Father, that you can shower us with special blessings, but also give us a sense of responsibility, that we continuously live by the word, not simply say the word. Change our lives today, that many who will see us after this can know that there was something that happened in this room. Continuously bestow your blessing upon us. Cleanse us and make us worthy to worship and adore your name. Make us vessels of transformation today, tomorrow, and forever, as we all say, the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forever. Amen. We've all agreed tomorrow by 8:30? 8? We should be here.